Hello everybody, Omni Sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as an Original Vampire with the Mark of Cain? Part 3. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. Cold. That's my first sensation as consciousness slips from my body. A bone-deep chill that seeps through flesh and soul alike. The physical world fades like morning mist, replaced by something vast and ancient, something that was never meant for living eyes. The other side, I've heard tales of this realm, whispered by witches and scholars, but experiencing it firsthand is different. The air, if it can be called that, feels thick, almost liquid, carrying echoes of countless deaths and lingering regrets. Each breath draws in not oxygen, but memories, fragments of lives long past. Around me, reality shifts like smoke in a breeze. Colors exist here that have no names in any living tongue, and shadows move with purpose, carrying whispers of ancient secrets. The ground beneath my feet feels constantly shifting, a moment solid and another insubstantial, as if I'm walking on a boundary between worlds. Vala's protection manifests as a crimson aura around me, its warmth the only familiar sensation in this alien realm. The mark's power ripples through the gray expanse, making spirits scatter like leaves before storm. Even here, in Death's domain, my son's influence commands respect, or perhaps fear. The tooth clutched in my hand pulses gently, a beacon drawing me deeper into this twilight world. Each step feels like walking through water, the very substance of this realm resisting my living presence. Spirits drift at the edges of my vision, some human, others decidedly not. Their hollow eyes track my movement, but none dare approach the crimson barrier of Vala's protection. A memory floats past, so vivid I could reach out and touch it. Freya, barely 3 winters old, her tiny hands reaching for mine as she takes her first steps. Golden sunlight streams through our home's windows, catching in her hair like a crown. Her laughter, pure and bright, echoes across the years. The temptation to reach for it, to lose myself in that moment of joy before everything shattered, is almost overwhelming. But I force myself onward. This realm is treacherous. Memories here can become traps, snaring the unwary in endless loops of what was or what might have been. More fragments of the past swirl around me, each one sharp enough to draw blood from the soul. Esther weaving spells in our home, her belly swollen with fin, her smile still genuine then. The first time I held Freya, marveling at how something so small could feel so important. Dahlia's shadow falling across our threshold that fatal night, her power making the very air crack with malice. Freya's screams echoing through the darkness as she was torn away, the sound that has haunted my dreams for decades. Each vision carries its own weight, its own texture. Some feel like silk against my consciousness, others like broken glass. The further I walk, the more intense they become, until it's like wading through an ocean of lost moments and forgotten pain. Then something changes. The mists part to reveal a scene that makes my heart clench. One that carries the weight of failure and willful blindness. The scene that crystallizes before me with terrible clarity is our home, years after losing Freya. Valley, barely 7 winters old, laying in his bed. But this isn't just memory anymore. The textures are too sharp, the details too present. I can smell the herbs Esther burned to cleanse the air, feel the rough wood of the doorframe under my hand. My past self sits beside Vala's bed, pressing a cool cloth to his burning forehead. The mark on his small arm pulses weakly, its usual crimson glow dulled by whatever poison courses through his veins. This was the 3rd such illness, that moon. Though now, with years of hindsight and the other side's cruel clarity, I see what I refused to acknowledge then. He burns with fever again. Past Michael mutters, his voice heavy with helpless concern. I remember this moment, remember the growing fear that my son might not survive another night. But I'm not bound by what happened anymore. The mark's protection allows me to interact, to change what once was, even if only in this strange space between worlds. Each step I take toward my past self feels like moving through honey, reality itself resisting my interference. Look closer, I tell myself. See what you've chosen to ignore. Past Michael's eyes widen as he finally notices what I had been blind to. The faint traces of magic in the water cup beside Vala's bed, the lingering signature of Esther's power. The air itself seems to thicken with revelation, making each breath a struggle. The scene shifts, becomes more solid as I fully enter it. I'm no longer watching from outside. I'm there, merging with my past self, but carrying all my present knowledge. The weight of decades of willful ignorance threatens to crush me, but anger burns hotter than shame. My feet carry me to Esther's workshop, each step echoing with purpose. The scent of herbs and magic grows stronger, and beneath it, something darker, the stench of betrayal that I should have recognized years ago. She turns as I enter, surprise flickering across her face before her usual mask of concern slides into place. Even now, seeing her again makes my heart twist. This woman I loved, this mother who tried to murder our son. Mika. Her voice carries that false note of worry I never wanted to hear before. What's wrong? Is Valadash enough? The word tears from my throat, raw with decades of suppressed rage. My hand sweeps across her workbench, sending herbs and potions crashing to the floor. The sharp scent of spilled remedies fills the air, remedies I now know were never meant to heal. I see it now. My voice drops lower, dangerous. Every illness, every accident. The way you'd hover over him with your medicines while the mark grew weaker. It was you, always you. Her eyes change then. The mask of motherly concern cracks, revealing something cold and ancient beneath. Power begins to gather around her hands, making the air thick with potential violence. You don't understand, she begins, but there's no more warmth in her voice. That mark, he's not what you think he is. I've tried to protect us, protect us? My laugh sounds foreign to my own ears, bitter and sharp as broken glass. You tried to murder our son. Again and again, you poisoned him, cursed him, all while pretending to care. The workshop seems to darken, shadows deepening as mother and father face each other over the gulf of betrayal. Even here, in this memory that wasn't, I can feel the other side watching, evaluating how I handle this moment of truth. He's not our son, she snarls, her true nature finally emerging. Magic crackles around her hands, blue-white and deadly. That thing wearing our child's face? I saw what he truly was the moment he was born. The mark is just the visible sign of his corruption. Her power lashes out, but I'm faster. Years of warriors' training guide my movements as I grab her throat, slamming her against the wall. Herbs and dried flowers rain down around us, their peaceful sense a mockery of this violent moment. He was a baby, I growl, feeling her pulse race beneath my fingers. Our baby, and you tortured him with your fear and hatred. You're a fool, she gasps, clawing at my grip. Too blinded by paternal pride to see the monster growing under our roof. The darkness in him the only darkness here is yours. I snarl, and with one sharp twist, I do what I should have done years ago. The crack of her neck is surprisingly loud in the workshop silence. As her body crumples, the scene begins to fade like smoke in wind. Reality reasserts itself, returning me to the gray expanse of the other side. But the weight of what I've done, what I wished I'd done, lingers. The spirits watching from the shadows seem closer now, drawn by the violence of the memory. But Vala's protection holds, keeping them at bay as I continue my journey through this realm of regret and revelation. More trials await. I can feel them gathering like storm clouds. Each one will force me to face another failure, another moment where I could have protected my children, but didn't. The other side isn't just showing me these moments. It's forcing me to live them, to understand them, to learn from them. Through the mists, another scene forms. This time, I'm watching Klaus in the training yard, perhaps a year before Esther's death. The memory solidifies with brutal clarity. I can smell the iron tang of blood, feel the weight of the sword in my hand. Again, Past Michael barks at Klaus, who struggles to rise after a particularly harsh blow. His face is streaked with dirt and blood, but it's the look in his eyes that hits me now. Not fear, as I'd always thought, but a desperate need for approval. "You're weak," Past Michael snarls, and I flinch at my own words. Your brothers would have blocked that strike. Even Rebecca shows more spine. Now, watching with years of knowledge and regret, I see what I missed then. The way Klaus's hands shake isn't from fear or weakness, it's from exhaustion. He's been training since dawn, pushing himself beyond mortal limits, all to earn a father's love. The scene becomes solid around me as I step into it. The summer heat bears down, making the air shimmer above the packed earth of the training yard. The weight of my past mistakes settles on my shoulders like a physical burden. "Stop!" I command my past self, my voice carrying the authority of ages. "Look at him." Really look. Past Michael turns, confusion warring with anger on his face. He needs to be stronger. The world is cruel. I cut him off, but that doesn't mean we must be. His strength isn't in violence. Can't you see that? I move to Klaus, who stares at me with wide eyes that hold an artist's soul, a gentle heart I tried so hard to harden. "Your art," I say softly, "show me." Hesitantly, Klaus pulls a folded piece of parchment from his tunic. The drawing is exquisite, a scene of our family at peace, rendered with such detail and love that it makes my heart ache. This is strength too, I tell my past self. Different from ours, but no less valuable. The scene shifts again, dissolving into mist, but the lesson remains. More moments materialize around me. Times I dismissed Rebecca's dreams as foolish, when I scorned Cole's interest in magic, when I failed to protect Finn from his mother's manipulations. Each scene becomes real, solid, demanding I face my failures not just as memories, but as moments I must live through again. The other side doesn't allow for passive observation. It forces complete immersion, complete understanding. Through it all, Freya's tooth pulses in my hand, pulling me forward. The mark's protection holds steady, but I can feel greater powers watching now, evaluating not just my strength, but my capacity for growth, for understanding. The trials continue, each one more challenging than the last. I face moments where my pride cost my children dearly, where my blindness allowed harm to befall them. Each confrontation leaves me both drained and strengthened, understanding deepening with every step. The spirits crowd closer, drawn by the intensity of these revelations. Their whispers fill the air with ancient judgments and older truths. But Vala's protection burns crimson around me, keeping them at bay while allowing their wisdom to seep through. "Father," a voice calls, not Freya's, not yet. It's Henrik's voice as a child, drawing me to another memory. Why must we hide during the full moon? The scene forms, our cave during a wolf moon, the family huddled together. Past Michael stands guard at the entrance, sword ready, while young Henrik watches the shadows with curious eyes. This memory carries special weight. It could have been the night Henrik died, in another life, another time. But here now, I see the teaching moment I missed, the chance to explain rather than command. The cave memory crystallizes fully, and I feel the chill of the stone against my back, smell the damp earth and burning torch fat. Henrik's young face glows in the firelight, full of questions I never properly answered. "The wolves are monsters," Past Michael states flatly, his eyes fixed on the cave's entrance. "We hide because we must." But I step forward, the mark's protection allowing me to interact with this memory too. "No," I say softly. "We hide because understanding must come before strength." Young Henrik turns to me, his eyes wide with wonder. In them, I see the wisdom he could have grown into, the bridge he might have been between our family and the supernatural world we feared. The wolves aren't simply monsters. I continue, each word carrying the weight of decades of realization. They're people cursed by powers older than our understanding. Their tragedy lies not in what they are, but in how fear turns both sides against each other. Past Michael's face twists with confusion and anger, but I press on. We hide not from cowardice, but from wisdom. There are different kinds of strength, Henrik. Sometimes it shows in knowing when not to fight. The scene shifts. rippling like water disturbed by stones. More memories surface, each demanding attention, understanding. Finn, isolated and bitter, turning to Esther because I never showed him another path. Cole, his magical talents blooming despite my disapproval, seeking knowledge I should have helped him pursue safely. Elijah, shouldering burdens too heavy for any son, trying to be the bridge between my anger and his siblings' needs. Each memory becomes real around me, demanding not just acknowledgement, but active participation. The other side forces me to feel everything. Every hurt I caused, every opportunity one missed, every moment I chose pride over understanding. The spirits press closer, their whispers growing louder. They speak in languages only younger than time, but somehow I understand their message. A father must be more than just a protector. He must be a guide, a teacher, a source of understanding as well as strength. Vala's protection flares brighter as the pressure of their presence intensifies. The Mart's power keeps them at bay, but allows their wisdom to seep through. Each spirit carries lessons learned too late, regrets that echo through eternity. Through it all, Freya's tooth pulses steadily in my hand, drawing me deeper into this realm of truth and trial. But now I understand, finding her location isn't enough. These trials are preparing me for what comes next, teaching me to be the father all my children needed. A new scene begins to form, this one different from the others. The air grows heavier, charged with ancient power. The spirits draw back, their whispers fading to respectful silence. Before me, a doorway of pure light takes shape. Beyond it, I catch glimpses of a place where waters meet but never mix, where time itself flows differently. And there, waiting at the threshold, there, silhouetted against this impossible radiance, stands Freya, my firstborn, my greatest regret. She's exactly as Henry described, yet somehow more. Her golden hair catches lights that don't exist in any living realm. And her eyes hold centuries of pain, wisdom, and something else, a power that reminds me of Vala's mark, ancient and untamed. Father, she says softly, and in that single word I hear echoes of every moment I've missed, every year stolen from us. You faced much to reach this place. Freya, her name feels like a prayer on my tongue. My daughter, she steps forward, and the realm around us transforms. The gray expanse gives way to a vision of such clarity it steals my breath. A vast delta where great waters converge, cypress trees rising like ancient guardians from the marshland. The air shimmers with more than just heat. Power runs through this place like blood through veins, old magic that makes even Vala's protection pulse in recognition. Chanelita, Freya's voice carries the weight of secrets. The river path. See how the waters meet, but never mix? How time itself seems to flow differently here. The vision expands, showing me more. Settlements built on raised mounds, boats skimming across waterways like water striders, people who move with the grace of those who understand their place in nature's grand design. The Tahanawi people, she continues, they've guarded this place since before our kind reached these shores. Their magic. She pauses, choosing her words carefully. It helps conceal Dahlia's spells, though they know nothing of her presence. I try to step closer to memorize every detail of her face, but the vision holds me in place. Where exactly? I ask, my voice rough with emotion. Where does she keep you? At the convergence of 3 channels, Freya replies, her form beginning to flicker as greater powers press against the barrier of Vala's protection, where the water flows both ways at once. But Father, her eyes lock with mine, urgent now. This land has its own guardian, its own law. Even Dahlia must bow to its ancient power. The realm shudders, and I feel the press of watching entities, beings of light and purpose that make the spirits we've encountered seem like shadows in comparison. They're coming, Freya warns, her image starting to fade. The guardians sense our meeting. Tell Val, her voice grows distant. Tell him this land's magic cannot be dominated, only understood. The path to finding me lies not in power, but in wisdom. Freya, I reach for her, but my hand passes through mist. Please, there must be more you can tell me. Her smile is sad but hopeful as she begins to dissolve. You've learned what you needed to, Father. The trials you faced weren't just about finding me. They were about becoming who we all needed you to be. The vision of Shantai starts to fade, but not before I see one last detail. A place where 3 waters meet beneath a cypress tree older than anything I know. Something pulses there, something that calls to the tooth I still clutch in my hand. We're coming for you, I promise, as reality begins to fracture around us. Whatever it takes, however long it takes. I know, her voice is barely a whisper now. I know, Father. Then Vala's voice cuts through both realms, urgent and powerful. Father, we need to pull you back. Now. The journey back feels like being torn through a storm, but I hold tight to everything I've seen, everything I've learned. When I slam back into my physical body, gasping on my knees in the ritual circle, I'm changed. The others gather around. Valley with his marks still blazing. Henrik exhausted but triumphant. My other children waiting to hear what I've seen, with various corpses of creatures I've never even heard of surrounding them. But how can I explain what I've experienced? How can I tell them that I've lived lifetimes in those moments, faced every failure, every regret? Shinaliti, I managed to say, still clutching Freya's tooth like a lifeline. She's in Shinaliti, where the 3 waters meet. But that's just the beginning. We have a destination now, yes, but more importantly, I have understanding. I've faced my past, confronted my failures, and emerged stronger. This time, I won't fail my children. Any of them. The mark's protection fades as Vala seals the barrier between worlds, but its power has shown me truths I needed to face. Now we prepare for a journey not just across distance, but into the heart of ancient magic and family bonds. This time, we bring our lost one home. The hours following Michael's return from the other side passed in tense silence. The chamber had been cleared of the creatures' corpses, twisted things that had tried to break through during the ritual. But their acrid scent lingered. Henrik slept deeply, exhausted from maintaining the spell, while the others waited for their father to recover enough to speak. Michael sat in his chair near the hearth, still clutching Freya's tooth, his knuckles white with tension. Whatever he'd witnessed seemed to weigh heavily on him, aging him in ways his immortality usually prevented. Father, Rebecca finally broke the silence, her voice gentle but insistent. You need to tell us what you saw. We can't help Freya if we don't know where to find her. Rebecca dash, Elijah began, likely to suggest more patience, but she cut him off. No, we've waited long enough. Look at him, Elijah. Whatever he saw is eating at him, and we need to know. She's right, Klaus added softly. Every moment we delay. Michael's eyes remained fixed on the flames, but something in his posture shifted. When he finally spoke, his voice was rougher than usual, carefully controlled. Shinalaitai, he said, the foreign name rolling off his tongue with practiced care. She's in a place called Shinalaitai, where 3 waters meet beneath an ancient cypress tree. The Tahanawi people guard these waters, though they know nothing of Dahlia's presence. Tell us more about these people, Elijah prompted, ever focused on gathering information. They're different from any tribes we've encountered, Michael continued. Their magic is tied to the land itself, to the waters. Freya said. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. She said their power cannot be dominated, only understood. That even Dahlia must bow to its ancient laws. Ancient laws? Cole leaned forward, his scholarly interest piqued. What kind of laws? She didn't specify, only that the place where the waters meet holds power older than anything we know. That forcing our way through could have consequences. Vala scoffed from his position by the window, drawing everyone's attention. If power doesn't get you what you want, he said coldly, you simply don't have enough of it. His black eyes gleamed with dangerous certainty. These Tahanawi, their ancient laws, their precious waters, they're just another obstacle to be overcome. Brother, Klaus started, I may not know much, but if even Dahlia, whom Mother feared so much, must respect their power dash, Dahlia is a coward who hides behind tricks and curses. She is a thief, a parasite who feeds off of an innocent girl. Vala cut him off. referring to Freya. I am something else entirely. The mark pulsed on his arm, but his confidence seemed to stem from somewhere deeper. Let them try to stop us. Let them call upon whatever ancient power they worship. I've faced beings called gods and monsters, walked through death's domain itself. I fear nothing, the Knight of Hell stated, referring to his short journey through the other side. This isn't about fear, Michael interjected, something in his voice making even Vala pause. Freya warned specifically about this kind of thinking. The waters there, they're different. They judge dash, then let them judge. Vala's smile was sharp as a blade. I've never met anything I couldn't break if it stood in my way. These waters, these people, their supposed ancient power, they're nothing but steps beneath my feet. He will not entertain any bit of doubt. For it is this very mentality, the very convincing of his body that it is stronger than anything he'll ever face, that is the source of his never-ending victories. Elijah exchanged glances with Klaus, both recognizing the dangerous edge in their brother's voice. But before either could speak, Tadia stepped forward from her quiet position near the door. Perhaps, she suggested carefully, there's wisdom in learning more about what we face before deciding how to face it. Cole, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly straightened in his chair, the traveler's grimoire open in his lap. Wait, he said, his scholarly interest evident. There's something here about the Tahanawi people. The others turned to him as his fingers traced the ancient text. According to this, they worship a being named Gadriel, the Wall of God, a fallen angel who chose exile in the waters rather than imprisonment in hell. A fallen angel? Klaus asked, his eyes now incredibly wary. The text says he guards the convergence points where different waters meet. Cole continued reading, his expression growing more serious. He maintains ancient barriers between worlds. Even other angels apparently avoid his domain. Why? Elijah prompted. The waters there are different, Cole replied, still studying the grimoire. They judge those who enter. The travelers themselves avoided direct contact, which is why there's so little information. But they mentioned something interesting. Time itself behaves differently where the waters meet. An exiled angel hiding in water. Vala's voice carried a note of dark amusement. How fitting that we'll have to go through him to reach Freya. Very well then, Vala states as he claps his hands. We know all we need to know now. They have something that belongs to us. We go and kill them, and that is all there will be to it. Everything else dash. The mark bearer looks toward Elijah, who opens his mouth in protest, is irrelevant. Still, an angel is what we are possibly going to face. Finn spoke for the first time, moving closer to read over Cole's shoulder. And that complicates matters significantly. Does it? Vala's tone remained dismissive. Fallen or not, he's just another being standing between us and our sister. The grimoire specifically warns about challenging him. Cole insisted, turning a page carefully. Listen to this. The waters of Gadriel's domain flow with judgment itself. Those who enter his waters face not just physical trials, but judgments of the soul. Many who ventured there were never seen again. Brother, Elijah, hearing Cole's words, interjects, seeing the retort appear on Vala's face. Perhaps we should consider dash. Consider what? Vala cut him off. A more cautious approach. More planning. More waiting while our sister remains Dahlia's prisoner. His black eyes swept over his siblings. No, we've waited long enough. Then what do you suggest? Klaus asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. We leave at dawn, Vala stated, brooking no argument. Tadia, Rebecca, and Henrik will remain here with the de Martels and Lucien. The rest of us head south to Chanelaitai. You can't just dash, Rebecca began a protest. I can and I will. Vala's voice carried absolute authority. The castle needs protection in our absence. The scholars' deaths won't go unnoticed forever, and the de Martels require supervision. Ever the paranoid one, Niklaus mutters towards his brother's still distrust towards Aurora and Tristan, despite their reverence towards him. Besides, Valley continued, ignoring his younger brother's words, as if he didn't even hear them, his tone softening slightly as he looked at Henrik, who had woken from their discussion, protest on his tongue. Your magic is still developing, little brother. This journey, It's not for those still learning their strengths. Henrik opened his mouth to protest, but seemed to think better of it. The memory of the creatures they'd fought during the ritual was still fresh, twisted things that had tried to break through from the other side. That is all well and all, but no one still has said anything about what we'll do regarding the angel, Cole asked, still studying the grimoire. Do we confront him or try to avoid him as much as possible? Everyone hearing Cole's question turns towards Valley, for they all know what they prefer. Valley was silent for a moment until he sighed, turning his gaze once more out the window. If avoiding him is a possibility, then we'll do so. But I sincerely doubt it. Meaning? How will you deal with him if we do confront him? Finn questions, causing everyone to turn to him in surprise. What? I know we all prefer that Valid doesn't go in sword drawn like always, but avoiding the topic is not the best way to go about this. So, little brother, how will you deal with the might of a fallen angel? One who apparently has authority over time itself. I'm glad you asked, Finn. Valley began with a vicious grin on his face. It is quite simple, really. Be it time, judgment, divine power. Valley listed each with growing anticipation rather than concern. All are just different forms of strength to be tested against. And as I said earlier, I have yet to meet anything I couldn't break if it stood in my way. At their growing skepticism towards the simplicity of his words, he rolled his eyes. Have you all forgotten that my soul is immortal, unbreakable? Even death itself cannot claim me. You've all seen this truth. No angel, fallen or divine, can match what I am. He stepped forward, his presence seeming to fill the chamber. I am immortal in ways even we as original vampires are not. My soul cannot be destroyed, cannot be dominated. This isn't pride speaking, it's simply truth. A truth none here can deny. The mark pulsed on his arm, but again, it seemed to be responding to his will rather than driving it. His certainty was absolute, born of countless victories and an unshakable belief in his own supremacy. Dawn then, Elijah concluded, recognizing there would be no more elaboration from Valley, though deep down knowing his brother enough, that this is but the surface, for Valley trusts no one with his true plan, not even them. We should prepare. He continues as he turns and walks away. As the others began to file out as well, Rebecca caught Vala's arm. Brother, she said softly, promise me something. What? Bring them home. Her voice carried all the emotion she'd been holding back. All of them. For a moment, something softened in Vala's expression as he turned and cupped Rebecca's face, kissing her forehead. Keep our home safe, little sister. We'll return with the one we lost. With that, he was gone, leaving Rebecca and Henrik to watch as their family prepared once again to face the unknown. Though, despite her earlier words, Rebecca still stood by the window, her reflection showing the conflict in her eyes. She would obey. They all knew she would. But the cost of that obedience was written clearly on her face. They had their roles now. They had their purpose. And Valley, as always, had his way. Dawn painted the sky in shades of blood and gold as the Mikaelsons prepared to depart Castle de Martel. The courtyard was silent save for the soft sounds of horses being readied and weapons being checked one final time. Valis stood at the gates, the mark on his arm pulsing steadily as he watched his siblings make their preparations. Tadia moved beside him, her presence a quiet constant. The scholars had maps, Cole announced, approaching with several age parchments. They marked the general location of Shanlatai, though the details grow strange near the convergence points. Strange how? Elijah asked, moving to examine the maps. The ink seems to shift, Cole explained, pointing to areas where the markings appear to flow like water across the page. As if the very concept of fixed location becomes fluid near the waters. Time and space behaving differently, Finn mused. Just as the grimoire warned, Klaus finished securing his horse's saddle, his expression troubled. How long will the journey take? Under normal circumstances, perhaps 3 weeks, Cole replied. But with our steeds and these distortions. He trailed off, studying the flowing marks on the map. Time is meaningless, Valis stated firmly. We ride until we find her. Rebecca stepped forward from where she'd been watching, Henrik at her side. The castle will be secure in your absence, she assured them. though her voice carried an edge of frustrated acceptance. The DeMartels know their roles. Speaking of the DeMartels, Elijah noted, glancing toward the castle's upper windows where Aurora watched their preparations, her face barely visible in the early light. Are you certain about leaving them here? They're loyal, Klaus defended immediately. They're useful, Valle corrected, his tone brooking no argument. And they'll remain that way under Rebecca's supervision. Lucien appeared from the stables, leading the last of the horses. His eyes kept darting to Aurora's window, but his voice remained steady as he reported, "Everything is prepared, my lord. The routes you requested have been marked." "Good," Valle nodded. "Remember your instructions while we're gone. Any unusual movements from the other noble houses will be reported immediately to Lady Rebecca," Lucien finished. "Understand, my lord." Henrik stepped forward then, his young face set with determination. "I've been practicing the protection spells you showed me, Cole. I can stay here, and perfect them." Cole cut him off gently. "Your magic is growing stronger every day, little brother. But this journey," he glanced at the shifting maps, "this isn't the time for practice." Michael, who had been silent throughout the preparations, finally moved toward his horse. The tooth hung from a leather cord around his neck, pulsing faintly like a beacon. "We're wasting daylight," he said gruffly, though his eyes lingered on Henrik and Rebecca with poorly concealed concern. "Father's right," Elijah agreed, mounting his own horse. "The sooner we depart, the sooner we return." Finn finished, already seated and ready. Valle turned to Tadia, their goodbye private despite the public setting. No words were needed. Their bond transcended mere speech. She simply nodded, understanding in her eyes, and stepped back to join Rebecca. As the others mounted, Valle swung himself onto his black stallion, the beast pawing the ground eagerly, as if sensing its master's anticipation. The mark pulsed stronger now, almost eager for what lay ahead. "Remember," he addressed Rebecca and Henrik one final time, "maintain our position here. Keep the DeMartels close but controlled. And most importantly," his black eyes swept between them, "stay alive." With that, he spurred his horse forward, the others falling into formation behind him. The castle gates groaned open, revealing the road that would lead them south, toward Shinoleta, toward Freya, toward whatever ancient power awaited them in those judging waters. As they rode out, Aurora's voice drifted down from her window, a soft "be safe" meant for Klaus's ears alone. But it was Rebecca's unspoken farewell that hung heaviest in the air, her eyes fixed on her departing family until they disappeared into the distance. The hunt for Freya had begun. The morning mists gave way to bright sunlight as they rode south, leaving the familiar territories behind. By midday, they had covered considerable ground, their supernatural speed allowing them to push their horses far beyond mortal limits. A testament to Henrik's achievement, allowing them to pour their own strength into their steeds, reducing weeks of travel to less than even half. Tough, and this is more so for the others. For the Black King, Araid, Valle's own, has become more of a familiar than anything, its very steps quaking the ground beneath it. The maps begin to distort more heavily here, Cole announced during their brief rest, spreading the parchments across a fallen log. The ink seemed to swim before their eyes, landmarks shifting positions as if refusing to be pinned down. It's as if the closer we get to Shinoliti, the less reliable our guidance becomes. "Then we follow the tooth," Michael stated, touching the tooth at his neck. "It pulls stronger in certain directions, like a compass pointing to Freya," Klaus observed. "No," Michael's voice carried an odd note, like something watching us through it. Valle, who had been scanning the horizon, suddenly stiffened. The mark pulsed with warning just as a strange sound reached their ears, like water flowing upstream, defying nature itself. "We're being followed," he announced calmly, though his black eyes gleamed with interest. "Wolves?" Elijah asked, hand moving to his weapon. "No," Valle's smile was sharp. "Something far more interesting." Through the trees ahead, the air itself seemed to ripple like disturbed water. A figure began to take shape, not quite solid, not quite liquid, its form constantly shifting between states. A water spirit, Cole breathed, recognition dawning from his studies. The Tahanawi people speak of them as messengers, or warnings, Finn added grimly. The spirit, if that's what it was, raised what might have been an arm. Its voice, when it came, sounded like rapids over stones. The waters judge, the waters see. Turn back now, or cease to be. Vala stepped forward, arrayed pawing the ground eagerly behind him. The mark pulsed with dark energy as he addressed the spirit directly. Your waters may judge, he said coldly, but I am beyond judgment. Step aside, or be scattered to the winds. The spirit's form rippled, its watery voice taking on a harder edge. Pride before the fall. The waters have seen all. What was, what will be, what must never come pass. Brother, Elijah warned, noting how the surrounding air grew heavy with moisture. Perhaps we should dash. No, Vala cut him off. We don't have time for riddles and warnings. His black eyes fixed on the spirit. You say your waters judge? Then let them try. But know this, I am a force unstoppable. Your threats mean nothing. The spirit seemed to grow larger, its form spreading like mist across the path. The mark you bear, the darkness you embrace, the waters remember. When angels fell from grace, Michael touched the tooth at his neck, his expression troubled. It knows about the mark. Of course it does, Cole muttered, consulting the grimoire. If Gadriel truly guards these waters, he would recognize its power. The spirit raised both arms now, and the very air began to condense around them. Last warning, turn away or face the price. All must pay. Vala's response was simple and final. The mark blazed crimson as he drew the first blade, its ancient power making even the water's spirit recoil. Enough warnings, he stated. Either fight us or fade away. We're going to shell that through your waters, past your barriers, and nothing, not spirits, not angels, not time itself, will stop us. The spirit's form wavered at the sight of the first blade, its watery voice taking on a different tone, less threatening, more curious. The evil's mark, death's chosen blade. Such darkness here, yet purpose pure. It seemed to study Valley with newfound interest. Perhaps what? Klaus demanded, but Finn raised a hand for silence, recognizing something changing in the spirit's demeanor. The being's form shifted again, becoming more defined, almost human-like, though still composed entirely of flowing water. When it spoke next, its voice carried ancient knowledge. Six shall enter through waters deep. Each must face what waters keep. Judgment comes in forms most dire. Truth revealed through flood and fire. More riddles, Valley said dismissively, though he hadn't lowered the first blade. We don't seek your permission, spirit. We seek our sister. The sleeping one. Yes, we know, we see. The spirit's form began to dissipate, but its final words hung in the air like mist. Follow then, if follow must, but remember, in waters trust. As the spirit faded completely, Cole was already scribbling in his journal. Six shall enter. It's giving us conditions, brother. The waters will test each of us differently. Let them test, Valley replied, sheathing the first blade. Let them judge. The result will be the same. But Michael's expression had grown troubled. The tooth. It pulses differently now. As if, he paused, searching for words, as if something vast has turned its attention toward us. Gadriel, Finn suggested quietly. The spirit was his herald, perhaps. It doesn't matter, Vala stated, mounting our raid once more. Herald, test, judgment, they're all just obstacles between us and Freya. And obstacles, his black eyes gleamed with anticipation, exist to be overcome. The others mounted as well, but there was a new tension in the air. The spirit's words had affected them all differently. Cole's scholarly mind already analyzing the riddle. Elijah's strategic nature planning for what lay ahead. Klaus's artist soul sensing something beyond mere physical challenges. As they rode on, the air grew thicker with moisture, and the very ground seemed to pulse beneath their horses' hooves. They were entering the spirit's domain now, where normal rules began to bend and break. The hunt for Freya continued, but now they rode with the weight of prophecy on their shoulders. Six shall enter through waters deep. The landscape began to change subtly as they rode deeper into the spirit's territory. The trees grew taller, their branches draped with moss that seemed to move even without wind. Water collected in impossible ways, flowing upward along tree trunks, hanging in midair like suspended jewels. The distortions are getting stronger, Cole observed, watching as a stream split in two, one half flowing normally while the other curved upward into the air. The waters aren't just defying nature, they're rewriting it. Valley led them forward, arrayed moving with supernatural grace through the increasingly treacherous terrain. The mark pulsed steadily on his arm, but there was something else now, a pressure in the air, as if reality itself was being compressed around them. Time feels wrong here, Klaus noted, his artist's sensitivity picking up on subtle changes. The shadows aren't falling where they should, because the sun isn't moving properly, Finn explained, pointing upward through the canopy. Look, it's been in the same position for hours, yet the day ages around it. Michael suddenly reined his horse to a stop, his hand going to the tooth at his neck. There's something ahead, he warned. Something vast. Through the trees, they could see it now. A clearing where three waterways met, but not in any natural fashion. One stream flowed normally, another moved backward against its own current, while the third seemed ever shifting, flow in all directions, backward in one moment and forward in another. The first convergence point, Cole breathed, consulting his grimoire. The texts speak of 3 such points before reaching Shanaliti itself, and each will be stronger than the last, Elijah added grimly. Vala studied the impossible waters with cold calculation. We cross here, he stated. The spirit's warning mentioned 6 entering through deep waters. This is where it begins. Brother, Klaus started, but Valley had already urged Arraid forward, the massive stallion stepping into the clearing with unnatural confidence. The waters seemed to pause in their chaotic flows, as if recognizing, or perhaps challenging, the approach of something beyond their experience. As they entered the clearing, the air grew thick enough to taste, not just with moisture, but with something older, something that made even the mark pulse with recognition. Arraid's hooves struck waterlogged ground, each impact sending ripples through all 3 streams simultaneously, despite their opposing flows. This defies every natural law, Cole muttered, still taking notes even as his horse shied away from the nearest stream. Water flowing in all directions at once, time bending around it. Focus, Vala commanded, his black eyes fixed on the center point where the 3 streams met. We cross together. Whatever happens. He paused, something in the waters catching his attention. Do not let go of each other. They formed a chain, Valley at the front with Arraid, then Klaus, Elijah, Cole, Finn, and Michael bringing up the rear, the tooth pulsing stronger with each step toward the waters. The first stream, the one flowing normally, seemed almost welcoming. But as Arraid's hooves touched its surface, the waters suddenly became clear as glass, revealing images below. Henrik as a child, learning his first spell, Rebecca's tears as they left the castle, Aurora watching from her window, the scholar's final moments. Don't look down, Valley warned, but it was too late. Each of them saw different visions in the water, moments of their past, present, and possible futures swirling together. The second stream, the one flowing backward, began to rise as they approached, forming walls of liquid on either side. Voices echoed from within. Pride comes before. The waters judge. 6 shall enter. What must never? But it was the third stream, the one flowing in all directions, that posed the true challenge. As they reached it, time itself seemed to fracture around them. They found themselves overwhelmed with constantly shifting moments relived. But still, even as the waters swirled with impossible patterns, Vala's expression remained one of calculated arrogance. Let them see his confidence, his seeming recklessness. Let them all, his siblings, the waters, whatever ancient powers watched, believe his strength was merely brute force waiting to be unleashed. The waters judge, he thought, keeping his true calculations hidden behind a mask of absolute certainty. But judgment requires understanding, and understanding, his black eyes studied the patterns within patterns of the flowing streams, understanding can be manipulated. The mark pulsed on his arm, responding not just to his power, but to his hidden intent. He had learned long ago that the greatest weapon wasn't the strength you showed, but the cunning you concealed. His siblings saw only his unwavering confidence, his apparent dismissal of caution. Even Tadia, who knew him better than anyone, didn't fully grasp the depths of his planning. Though, recently he began to suspect that Elijah has seen somewhat through it, something that needs to be rectified soon enough, but that is for later. Oh! Vala's voice cut through the chaos, the mark blazing crimson. Focus on the now. Only the now. But even as he spoke, his real attention was on the water's deeper currents. The spirit had said 6 would enter, not survive, not pass, merely enter. Such specific wording rarely came without purpose. Just as he crafted his arrogant persona to make others underestimate his intelligence, perhaps these waters had their own deceptions. Our aid moved forward with unnatural grace, each step precisely placed. The massive stallion had become more than just a mount. It was an extension of Vala's will, responding to intentions rather than commands. The mark flared brighter as they reached the center point, where all 3 streams converged. To his siblings, it would look like simple power asserting itself. But Valley was weaving something more complex, using the mark's energy not to dominate the waters, but to resonate with them in ways that even Gadriel might not expect. After all, what better way to pass judgment than to let them believe they were judging exactly what you wanted them to see? As they reached the center where the 3 streams met, the waters began to rise around them, forming a sphere that enclosed all 6 riders. Inside, the liquid moved in impossible patterns, each stream maintaining its own flow, each occupying the space at different moments. Brother Dash, Klaus started, but his voice distorted, echoing as if through different times simultaneously. Silence, Vala commanded, his eyes fixed on something only he seemed to perceive in the flowing patterns. Our aide stood perfectly still, while the other horses shifted nervously beneath their riders. The water sphere began to pulse with an inner light, and suddenly each of them was seeing different visions. Not just memories now, but possible futures, paths not taken, choices yet to come. Klaus saw himself painting Aurora's portrait, but the colors kept changing, the image shifting between beauty and madness. Elijah found himself in countless versions of the same moment, each decision branching into 1,000 possibilities. Cole's grimoire pages turned themselves, showing spells that had never been written, knowledge that shouldn't exist. Finn witnessed paths where faith led to both salvation and damnation. Michael saw Freya, but not as she was. 1,000 different versions of his daughter, each shaped by different choices, different moments of intervention or absence. Through it all, Valley remained focused on the waters themselves, the mark pulsing in rhythm with their impossible flows. When he finally spoke, his voice cut through all the temporal distortions. Now, the sphere contracted suddenly with explosive force, and for a moment, everything, time, space, reality itself, seemed to compress into a single point. Then, with a sound like thunder underwater, it burst outward. When the waters cleared, they found themselves on the other side of the convergence point. But something was different. The air felt heavier, older somehow, and the light. The light came from everywhere and nowhere at once. All 6 of them had made it through, but they were changed. The waters had left their mark, subtle alterations in how they perceived reality. The world no longer felt stable. It felt like it was instead moving like the streams they just crossed, shifting between forward and backward in all directions at once. "Everyone still here?" Elijah asked, his voice carrying strange echoes despite the open air. "Here," they responded in succession, though each voice seemed to come from multiple moments simultaneously. Michael touched the tooth at his neck, his expression troubled. "It feels different now. More aware. The waters have marked us," Cole observed, noting how the ink in his grimoire now moved like liquid across the pages. "We're part of their domain now." "Good," Vala stated, the mark pulsing with dark satisfaction. "Let them think they've claimed us. The deeper we go—" He left the thought unfinished, but our raid pawed the ground with anticipation. They pressed forward, but now they moved through a landscape that seemed to shift with each passing moment. Trees aged and grew young again in the space of breaths. Water fell upward as often as down, and through it all, they could feel something vast watching their progress. The first test was complete, but they all knew this was just the beginning. The landscape had grown increasingly surreal as they ventured deeper into Gadriel's domain. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, their branches weaving through different moments in time. Water droplets hung, suspended in the air like frozen stars, each containing reflections of different realities. Cole, who had been studying the patterns of distortion around them with growing fascination, suddenly reined his horse to a halt. The water spirit's riddle. 6 shall enter through waters deep. We passed the first test as 1. But look ahead. Through the time-warped forest, another clearing was visible. Unlike the first convergence point with its crystalline streams, these waters were black as ink, reflecting nothing. Something's wrong, Elijah stated, his usual composure wavering at the sight. The air itself feels heavier. Finn's expression darkened as he studied the 3 black waterways that met in the clearing's center. These waters feel different from the first. More aware. Michael touched the tooth at his neck, which now pulsed with an inner light that seemed to respond to the darkness ahead. Freya's presence is stronger here. We're getting closer. As they entered the clearing, the black waters began to move, not flowing like normal streams, but rising up like living shadows, forming shapes that seemed to watch them with hungry interest. Remember, Vala finally spoke, his black eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. Whatever you see, whatever happens, remember why we're here. The mark pulsed on his arm as our raid stepped forward, the massive stallion's hooves striking water that seemed to swallow all light. The moment they touched the black surface, the shadows surged upward, enclosing each rider in a sphere of absolute darkness. The darkness enveloped Klaus like liquid night, then crystallized into a scene he knew well. Aurora's chambers in Castle de Martel. But something was wrong. The air felt heavy with centuries of regret, and when Aurora stepped from the shadows, she wasn't quite the woman he knew. This Aurora's eyes held madness and wisdom in equal measure, her beauty made sharper by time's cruel edge. Behind her, reflections in invisible mirrors showed different versions of herself. The innocent noble girl, the devoted sister, the broken woman, the eternal survivor. Each reflection moved independently, watching him with knowing eyes. My love, Shadow Aurora's voice carried echoes of every conversation they'd ever had, each endearment they'd ever shared. Tell me truly, do you love me, or do you love what I represent? I don't understand, Klaus replied, but the waters around them swirled with memories, each one cutting deeper than any blade. Aurora laughing at his paintings, her genuine delight making him feel like an artist instead of a monster. The way her eyes lit up at each new piece, how she saw beauty where he intended to show darkness. The moment she first discovered his true nature, not recoiling, but reaching out to touch his face with wonder rather than fear. Her acceptance of his hybrid nature when he himself still struggled to accept it. Their quiet moments in the castle gardens, where her presence alone made him feel human, normal, worthy of love despite everything his mother had done to make him feel otherwise. You see? Shadow Aurora moved closer, her touch cold as the waters themselves. Each point of contact sent ripples through reality, showing more memories, more truths. You love me because I make you feel less monstrous, because I accept the darkness you try so hard to deny. I am your mirror, Klaus, reflecting back the version of yourself you wish to see. That's not true, Klaus protested, but more memories rose from the dark waters, forcing him to confront each moment. The times he'd used her acceptance to justify his violent tendencies, thinking Aurora understands even as he tore enemies apart. How he clung to her humanity like a drowning man to driftwood, using her love as proof that he wasn't the monster his mother had feared he'd become. The way he'd placed her on a pedestal, making her acceptance more important than her own struggles, her own darkness. Isn't it? Shadow Aurora's smile was gentle but merciless. Around them, The waters formed new scenes, possible futures that made his heart clench. Centuries of obsessive love, both of them spiraling deeper into madness. Their passion turning poisonous, acceptance becoming chains. Love transforming into a cage that would destroy them both. You fear your own nature so much, Shadow Aurora continued, walking circles around him as the visions played out, that you've made me your anchor to humanity. But love built on such fear can only lead to madness. Look, the waters shifted again, showing him Aurora's own struggles, her battles with her mind, which he sometimes overlooked because her chaos complemented his own. The weight of her brother's expectations, which he used to understand his own family's demands. Her desperate need for love, which mirrored his own so perfectly it was almost cruel. Yet beneath these visions, something else stirred. A truth he hadn't fully acknowledged. Something deeper than fear or need or desperation. He did love her. Not perfectly, not purely, but genuinely. His need for her acceptance was real, yes, but so was his desire to protect her, to cherish her, to face eternity with her at his side. The way she saw beauty in his art wasn't just acceptance, it was understanding. Her love for him, complicated and dark as it might be, matched his own complexity. "You're right," he finally said, meeting Shadow Aurora's gaze. The waters around them stilled, waiting. "I do use your love as a shield against my own darkness. I do cling to your acceptance as proof of my worth." He stepped closer, the waters swirling around his feet. "But that doesn't make my love for you any less real. Perhaps it's because you understand darkness that you can truly love me. Perhaps it's because I understand your struggles that I can truly love you." Shadow Aurora's form flickered, the waters responding to his revelation. "And if that love leads to madness, then we'll be mad together," Klaus replied, finally understanding. Better true love with all its darkness than false love pretending to be light. The waters surged around them, but differently now, not trying to drown him in truth, but acknowledging it. He had faced his love's imperfections and accepted them, faced his own motivations and embraced them. The darkness began to recede, but before it fully dissipated, Shadow Aurora spoke one final time. "Remember this moment when the waters showed you truth. Love with open eyes, or don't love at all." The darkness that consumed Elijah transformed into something more intimate. His own chambers, meticulously organized, every surface reflecting his carefully maintained control. But the mirrors that lined the walls showed a different Elijah in each reflection, versions of himself he'd tried to deny. His reflection stepped forward, wearing his familiar noble expression, but there was something wrong about it. Blood dripped from perfectly manicured hands, staining his immaculate suit, yet his smile remained pristine. The noble brother, his reflection spoke, voice dripping with sardonic amusement. Always so controlled, so moral, so clean. The last word came out like a curse. Around them, the waters began to show scenes. Moments when his supposed nobility had been nothing but a mask for savagery. The time he decimated an entire village of supposed threats, all while maintaining his composure, straightening his cuffs between kills. How he justified each death with family first, using honor as a shield for murder. The satisfaction he took in violence while pretending it was mere necessity. Such pretty lies we tell ourselves, his reflection continued, adjusting bloody cufflinks with familiar precision. Family first, our great excuse. But let's be honest, shall we? You enjoy it. The violence, the control, the power to decide who lives and dies. I do what's necessary. Elijah responded automatically, but the waters swirled with more memories. The thrill he felt when unleashing his darker nature. The pleasure in maintaining perfect control while dealing perfect death. The way he used his code of honor to make atrocities palatable. Necessary? His reflection laughed, the sound echoing off every surface. Was it necessary to slaughter those scholars so efficiently? To take such satisfaction in their deaths? Tell me, brother, how many times have you hidden your bloodlust behind duty? The waters rose higher, showing more truths. How he'd appointed himself the family's moral compass while harboring his own darkness. The way he used his role as mediator to maintain control over his siblings. his secret pride in being the noble brother, even as he committed acts that defied nobility. You're not wrong, his reflection noted, straightening an already perfect tie. We are noble, but our nobility isn't in denying our darkness. It's in how precisely we direct it. Elijah watched as the waters showed him a deeper truth. His control, his precision, his supposed nobility. They weren't masks for his darkness. They were tools to channel it effectively. His meticulous nature wasn't a denial of his savagery, but a refinement of it. The perfect monster, his reflection mused, is one who makes monstrosity look elegant. I maintain control. Elijah finally spoke, understanding dawning, not to hide what I am, but to perfect it. The waters shifted again, showing him the truth of his role in the family. Not the noble brother restraining darkness, but the elegant predator directing it. Not the moral compass denying violence, but the precise instrument focusing it. Not the voice of reason fighting against savagery, but the cultured beast giving it purpose. Now you understand. His reflection smiled, blood still dripping from immaculate hands. Your nobility isn't in fighting what you are. It's in elevating it to an art form. The waters began to recede, but not before showing him one final truth. His family needed not just his control, but his understanding of how to make darkness look dignified. His role wasn't to be the noble brother, but to be the one who made their monstrosity magnificent. Remember, his reflection said, as the darkness began to fade, true nobility isn't in denying the monster. It's in making the monster magnificent. The darkness that enveloped Finn solidified into a familiar scene. His mother's workshop, where he'd spent countless hours learning magic, seeking purpose. But this version was twisted, the herbs and crystals pulsing with accusatory light, each one representing a judgment he'd passed on his siblings. Unlike the other spheres, Finn faced not one reflection, but an entire circle of his family members. Each one represented a different point in time, a different way he'd failed them through his rigid morality. Young Valley, blood dripping from the mark, looking at him with betrayed eyes. You saw what she did to me, brother. You knew her poisons weren't just accidents, but you stayed silent, clinging to your belief in her righteousness. Teenage Cole, magical energy crackling around him. You understood magic's call better than any of us, yet you judged me for answering it. Was your piety worth watching me struggle alone? Rebecca in tears, always watching, always judging, never understanding that sometimes love isn't pure or perfect. Klaus, hybrid nature fully revealed. In the shadows of your heart, you call Valley and me abominations, brother, while hypocritically pretending your own nature was somehow more pure. The waters swirled around them, showing scene after scene. Every time he'd chosen silence over support, every judgment passed from his self-appointed moral height, every moment his fear of their darkness had blinded him to their pain, you claimed to love family. Esther's voice echoed through the chamber, and Finn flinched at how easily he still responded to it. But you love your idea of what family should be more than what is. The waters shifted, showing him truths he'd tried to deny. How his rigid morality was itself a form of violence, the way his silence had enabled their mother's cruelty, his own darkness, masked as righteousness. I try to be good, Finn whispered, but the waters showed him the cost of his goodness. Siblings suffering alone because they feared his judgment bonds broken, because he couldn't accept imperfection love withheld, because it didn't meet his standards. Did you? Young Elijah asked, blood on his noble face. Or did you simply fear becoming what we are? The waters rose higher, forcing him to face his deepest truth. His judgment of them had never been about morality. It had been about fear, fear of his own darkness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming what they had embraced. You're not wrong to seek better. Michael's voice rumbled through the chamber. But you're wrong to think better means denial. The waters showed him new truths. How his siblings' acceptance of their nature made them stronger, the beauty in their imperfect love for each other, the strength that came from embracing rather than denying. I don't know how, Finn admitted, finally facing his own reflection in the dark waters. I've judged for so long, I don't know how to simply love, then learn, All the versions of his siblings spoke at once. Learn to love the darkness as well as the light. Learn to see strength in acceptance rather than denial. Learn to be brother rather than judge. The waters began to shift, showing him possibilities. A future where his understanding tempered their darkness rather than condemned it, moments where acceptance could heal what judgment had broken, a path where his wisdom guided rather than restricted. You can still be the conscience of this family. His own reflection finally spoke. But conscience need not be cruel to be effective. As the darkness began to recede, Finn understood at last. His role wasn't to judge their darkness, but to help them navigate it. Not to condemn their nature, but to help them master it. Not to stand apart in righteousness, but to walk beside them in understanding. Remember, the waters whispered as they withdrew, true wisdom lies not in denying darkness, but in learning to guide it. The darkness that surrounded Cole crystallized into a scene that made his heart ache. His mother's secret grimoire chamber, where he'd spent countless stolen hours learning magic he wasn't supposed to touch. But this version was different. The shelves stretching endlessly in a shadow, each book pulsing with power he could no longer access. The Lost Witch. His reflection emerged from between the shelves, wearing his familiar mischievous grin, but with eyes that burned with bitter knowledge. Forever reaching for power that's now beyond our grasp. The waters swirled, showing him memories that cut deeper than any blade. His first spell, the pure joy of connecting with magic, countless nights studying in secret, understanding flowing through him like a river. The moment it all vanished. When vampirism stole his connection to nature, we pretend it doesn't matter. His reflection continued, trailing fingers along spellbooks that seemed to shy away from his touch. Play the wild brother, the unpredictable one. But we know the truth, don't we? The waters rose, showing more. How he masked his loss with mayhem, the way he buried grief beneath chaos, his desperate attempts to fill the void, magic left behind, knowledge without power. His reflection mused, picking up a grimoire that crumbled to ash at his touch. What good is understanding everything about magic when we can never again touch it? The waters shifted, revealing deeper truths. His jealousy of Henrik's growing abilities, the pain of watching others channel power. He once commanded the emptiness where magic used to sing in his blood. But that's not the whole truth, is it? His reflection's grin turned sharp. We found other ways to touch power, didn't we? New scenes formed in the dark waters. The thrill of vampire abilities, the rush of supernatural strength, the intoxicating power of compelling others different, Cole admitted, watching the scenes play out. But never the same. No, his reflection agreed. Never the same. But perhaps. The waters swirled again, showing new possibilities. That's not entirely a curse. The chamber shifted, the endless shelves rearranging to show him something he'd been too bitter to see. How his understanding of magic gave him insight others lacked, the way his knowledge could guide, even if he couldn't practice the power in knowing what others merely guessed at. We lost the ability to cast, his reflection noted, but not the ability to understand. To know, to see. The waters rose higher, revealing a truth he'd been avoiding. His magical knowledge wasn't useless. It was transformative. Understanding magic made him unique among his siblings. His loss had forced him to become something new, something unprecedented, a vampire who knows magic's deepest secrets, his reflection mused. A creature of darkness who understands nature's light. Not what we wanted to be, but perhaps what we needed to become. Cole finished, finally understanding. The waters showed him his true potential. Not a witch-turned vampire, but a bridge between worlds. Not a practitioner, but an unparalleled theorist. Not a wielder of magic, but its ultimate scholar. We can never cast again, his reflection acknowledged. But we can know things no which would dare to learn. See truths no practitioner would survive discovering. The grimoire chamber began to fade, but not before showing him one final truth. His loss of magic hadn't ended his journey with power. It had merely transformed it. His understanding could be a different kind of power, one that might prove more valuable than the ability to cast spells. Remember, the waters whispered as they receded, true power isn't always in the ability to act, but in the wisdom to understand. The darkness that enveloped Valley was different. Instead of forming scenes or memories, it seemed to recoil from him, the waters uncertain how to proceed with something that defied their normal purpose. The mark pulsed steadily on his arm, its crimson light cutting through the shadows like a blade through flesh. Interesting, Val mused, watching the waters try to find purchase on his psyche. You seek to expose truth, to strip away masks. His black eyes gleamed with dark amusement. But what do you do with someone who wears their darkness like a crown? The water's confusion was almost palpable as they encountered something beyond their experience. They tried to form shapes from his memories, but each attempt seemed to shatter against his nature. They showed him Esther's face, twisted with fear as she looked upon him in his cradle. But instead of pain, they found acceptance. He may have his moments of weakness, but he has long since understood her fear was recognition of what he truly was. They conjured the terror in his victim's eyes, expecting to find hidden guilt or buried remorse. Instead, they found calculated satisfaction. Each death, a purposeful note in a greater symphony of violence. They attempted to show him moments of vulnerability. The times his siblings recoiled from his methods, the weight of walking among beings so much more fragile than himself, the solitude of being truly understood only by Tadia, but each attempt seemed to amuse him more. The mark pulsed steadily, its crimson light cutting through the water's power like a blade through silk. You still don't understand? Valis spoke, his black eyes reflecting something that made the ancient waters tremble. Let me show you what true darkness looks like. The mark flared, and suddenly the dynamic shifted. The waters, meant to expose and judge, found themselves being examined instead. Through their connection, Vala forced them to see what he truly was. A vast consciousness that wore human form not out of necessity, but choice, each movement precisely calculated. Every gesture a deliberate mimicry of humanity, the mark not just a brand of power, but a wound in reality itself. A connection to something that preceded creation. You want to see masks? He asked, letting them feel the full weight of his presence. Watch carefully. He showed them how he crafted his personality. The calculated brutality that made others underestimate his intelligence, the apparent recklessness that hid meticulous planning, the seeming straightforwardness that concealed layers of manipulation. But these aren't masks in the way you understand them. He explained as the waters tried to process what they were experiencing. Their tools, consciously chosen and precisely employed. The waters churned, attempting to understand a being that defied their purpose. They were meant to expose hidden truths, but here was something that had no hidden core to reveal. Only layers of calculated truth, each one deliberately crafted. He showed them more. How he chose to love his family not from weakness or need, but from deliberate decision, the way he channeled power not through restraint, but through precise application, his apparent brutality masking an intelligence that calculated every outcome. You think you're exposing truth? His laugh made the waters ripple with something almost like fear. You're barely scratching the surface of what truth means. Through their connection, he let them experience fragments of his true nature. The vastness that existed beyond his human form, the perfect clarity with which he understood his own nature, the calculated choice to walk among lesser beings, while knowing exactly what he was, the waters, designed to judge souls, found themselves being dissected instead. Their ancient power, meant to expose and reveal, encountered something that existed beyond their framework of understanding. Let me show you real truth, he said, and the mark blazed brighter. Suddenly, the waters weren't just seeing, they were being seen. Their purpose, their power, their very essence laid bare under his examination. He showed them what they really were. Not judges, but tools, not revealers, but mirrors, not wisdom, but mechanism. This is truth, he explained, his voice carrying echoes of something far older than their ancient power. Not hidden darkness exposed, but darkness refined into perfect purpose. Not power restrained, but power precisely directed. The waters tried to withdraw, but he held them, forcing them to acknowledge what they faced. A being that chose its limitations, a consciousness that played a humanity while remaining something else, entirely a force that understood itself so completely that no revelation could shake it. Your purpose is to expose what beings hide from themselves, he said, almost gently. But I hide nothing. Every action, every word, every seeming impulse, all carefully chosen, all perfectly understood. The waters trembled as he showed them one final truth, himself as he truly was. Not a man struggling with darkness, not a monster wearing human skin, but something vast and otherworldly that chose to walk in limited form. Remember this, he said as he finally allowed them to retreat. When you think to test others, some beings don't need their truth exposed. The mark pulsed one final time as he finished, because they are truth itself. The waters fled, not just withdrawing, but recoiling, leaving Valley standing in the clearing. They had sought to judge and instead found themselves measured, sought to expose and found themselves exposed. They had encountered something beyond their purpose, a being that didn't just accept its darkness, but had refined it into perfect, conscious purpose. The black waters receded completely, leaving the six standing in the clearing. Each looked changed by their experience, their truths still settling into their beings. The air around them felt heavier, charged with the weight of revelation. Klaus broke the silence first, his voice rough with emotion. What did everyone see? Truth, Elijah answered quietly, adjusting his cuffs with hands that had stopped pretending to be clean. Our own personal truths. Cole laughed, but the sound carried new understanding rather than his usual mockery. The waters certainly knew where to strike, didn't they? Right at the heart of what we pretend not to be. Finn remained silent, his usual judgment tempered by new wisdom. His gaze swept over his siblings, seeing them perhaps for the first time without the filter of his own righteousness. But it was Valley who drew their attention. The mark on his arm still pulsed with unusual intensity, and the air around him seemed different, as if reality itself had recognized something it preferred to ignore. Brother, Klaus started, noting how the remaining waters seemed to curve away from where Valis stood. What did you dash? The waters try to judge what cannot be judged. Valis cut him off, his black eyes reflecting something that made even his siblings pause. They sought to expose what was never hidden. The mark flared briefly, and for a moment, his siblings caught a glimpse of what the waters had seen, something vast and otherworldly wearing their brother's shape. The vision lasted only a second, but it left them shaken. You're not even trying to hide it anymore, are you? Cole asked, his scholar's mind trying to process what he'd glimpsed. Hide what? Vala's smile was sharp. That I am exactly what I appear to be. The waters thought to strip away masks, but found only calculated truth beneath. And what truth is that? Elijah questioned carefully. Before Vala could respond, the air shifted. The remaining black waters began to move with purpose, flowing together to form a shape, a messenger, different from the first water spirit they'd encountered. This being seemed older, its form more defined. When it spoke, its voice carried the weight of ancient judgment. Six entered. Six faced truth, but one, its watery gaze fixed on Vala. One showed truth we did not seek. Because you didn't understand what you were testing, Valley replied calmly. You thought to expose darkness, but found darkness already perfected. The spirit's form rippled with something almost like uncertainty. The final waters await, but know this. It turned to address all of them. What was revealed cannot be unknown, nor should it be, Valis stated. The mark pulsed, making the spirit's form waver. Truth isn't meant to be hidden. It's meant to be wielded. The spirit began to fade, but its final words hung in the air. The angel waits at water's end. Judge becomes judged when truth transcends. As the spirit disappeared completely, the brothers stood in silence, processing not just their own revelations, but what they'd witnessed in each other. The path ahead would lead them to Freya, but they would walk it changed by what the waters had shown them. We should move on, Michael said finally, touching the tooth that still pulsed at his neck. The final convergence point lies ahead. They mounted their horses, but something had shifted in their dynamic. Each brother carried their revealed truths differently. Klaus's love for Aurora and now understood in all its complicated glory, Elijah's nobility recognized as refinement of darkness rather than denial of it. Finn's judgment tempered by new understanding. Cole's loss of magic transformed into unique power of knowledge, and Valley rode slightly ahead of them, the mark pulsing steadily, his presence somehow more solid, yet more otherworldly than before. The final test awaited, and with it, perhaps their lost sister. But first, they would have to face Gadriel himself, and after what the waters had revealed, even an angel's judgment seemed to carry less weight. The journey to the final convergence point felt like walking through a waking dream. Reality warped and twisted. Ancient trees reversed their growth into saplings before their eyes. Rain defied gravity to fall upward, and time itself stuttered like a skipping heartbeat. The revelations from the black waters weighed on each brother, their newfound truths settling into their souls with the finality of stones sinking in deep water. Valley led them forward, Aredes hooves striking sparks that hung suspended in the distorted air. The mark pulsed steadily on his arm, its crimson light cutting through temporal distortions like a blade through silk. Something's changing, Cole observed, his scholar's instincts alert to the shifting patterns. The distortions. They're becoming more ordered, more purposeful, almost as if they're being directed. Elijah finished, noting how the chaos now flowed with deliberate intent. We're entering his direct domain. Gadriel, Michael confirmed, touching the tooth that pulsed rhythmically at his neck. Freya's presence grows stronger. Whatever binds her, we draw near. The landscape opened suddenly into a vast clearing that defied mortal comprehension. 3 waterfalls dominated the space. One surging upward toward an impossible sky, another flowing horizontally through the air like a liquid bridge, and a third that seemed to pour from nowhere into everywhere simultaneously. At their mind-bending intersection stood a figure that radiated ancient power. Gadriel, the fallen angel, appeared as if carved from living light. His wings, partially translucent, stretched across multiple moments in time simultaneously, each feather containing reflections of different ages. His eyes, when they opened, held the weight of millennia. The sons of Michael. His voice resonated through reality itself, making the air vibrate with power. You've passed the first trials. The waters have shown you truth. His gaze fixed on Valley. Though some truths were unexpected, the mark flared as Valley urged Arade forward. We've come for our sister, he stated simply, his black eyes meeting the angel's ancient gaze without hesitation. Have you? Gadriel's wings shifted, sending ripples through time itself. Or have you come seeking power? The witch child sleeps in waters older than your kind, bound by magic you cannot comprehend. Cannot. Vala's smile was sharp. You've seen what I am. What makes you think anything lies beyond my comprehension? The angel's expression remained impassive, but the waters around them stirred. Pride, he observed. Even after the black waters revelation, you cling to it like armor. Not pride, Vala corrected. Certainty. The waters showed each of you as truth. Mine simply happened to be exactly what I've always claimed. Gadriel's wings spread wider, their light casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. And what are your brothers? What are their truths? Do you think their revelations make this journey easier or harder? Klaus stepped forward then, his voice steady despite the power radiating from the angel. We came for family. Whatever truths we learned, whatever masks were stripped away, that hasn't changed. Hasn't it? Gadriel questioned. The waters began to rise around them, forming scenes from their recent trials. Klaus accepting the darkness in his love for Aurora, understanding that their shared madness was both their greatest strength and potential downfall. The waters showed him ruling beside her, their combined chaos bringing both destruction and rebirth to everything they touched. Elijah embracing the elegance of his savagery, his perfect control transforming violence into art. Visions showed him orchestrating elaborate schemes spanning centuries, each death a carefully placed note in a symphony of power. Finn understanding the cost of his judgment and finding wisdom in acceptance rather than condemnation. The waters revealed him becoming a bridge between their darkness and the light they sometimes needed, no longer denying his nature, but learning to guide it. Cole discovering that his loss of magic had given him unique insight, his understanding transcending mere ability to cast spells. Future scenes showed him unraveling the deepest mysteries of power, his knowledge making him more dangerous than any witch. "You stand changed," the angel noted, "each of you carrying new weight, new understanding. Yet you would still challenge powers beyond your grasp." "Beyond our grasp?" Vala's laugh carried dark amusement. "You guard these waters, fallen one, but you don't understand them any better than we do. You're just another exile, playing at divine authority." The air grew heavy with tension as angel and demon regarded each other. The waters swirled faster, responding to their confrontation. "You think because you've accepted your nature, you're beyond judgment?" Gadriel's voice carried warning. "These waters are older than your mark, older than your kind. They judge all who enter." "Then judge," Vala challenged, the mark blazing brighter. "But know this, we leave with our sister, regardless of your water's verdict." The angel's wings flared with sudden light, and reality seemed to bend around them. "Very well," he said softly. "Let the final trial begin." The waters erupted around them, forming a sphere that encompassed all six. Unlike the black waters that had tested them individually, these waters moved with unified purpose. "Your final trial is simple," Gadriel's voice echoed through the sphere. "Face what you truly are, not individually, but together. The waters will show you your combined nature, your shared destiny, what your path truly leads to." As Gadriel spoke, his wings spread wide with the waters rising around them. "See the price of your pride, of your unending hunger for power." The waters shifted, forming scenes of devastating clarity. A battlefield stretched endlessly, corpses of both mortals and immortals littering the ground. The sky burned crimson, reflecting the mark's light as Valley and Silas clashed in their final battle. Cities lay in ruins around them, civilizations reduced to ash in their wake. But it wasn't the destruction that made the brothers' hearts clench. It was the familiar bodies scattered among the dead. Klaus lay broken beside Aurora's corpse, their final embrace frozen in death. His hybrid nature hadn't been enough to save him from the crossfire of gods. Elijah's noble features were twisted in final anguish. His perfect control shattered as he died, trying to protect Rebecca, who lay just beyond his reach. Cole's body was surrounded by grimoires turned to ash, his vast knowledge useless against powers that transcended understanding. Finn had fallen trying to shield Henrik, both brothers now still in death's embrace. Even Michael lay defeated, his warrior's spirit finally broken by the loss of all he'd sought to protect. The vision showed Valley standing victorious over Silas's corpse, the first blade dripping with the blood of the first immortal. But his victory was hollow. The mark burned brighter than ever, yet its light illuminated only a dead world. "Alone," Gadriel's voice echoed. "Forever alone. The immortal king of a rotting realm. Your family forever beyond your reach. Your strength, your pride, your endless hunger for challenge. This is where it leads. Your very nature dooms them." They watched as Vision Valley walked through centuries of solitude, his power absolute but meaningless. Cities rose and fell, but he remained apart, the mark's immortality becoming his prison. Each year, each decade, each century stretched into an eternity of isolation. Klaus recoiled from the vision, his hand reaching instinctively for his siblings. Elijah's perfect composure cracked, horror seeping through. Cole's usual mischief died in his eyes, while Finn's breath caught in his throat. Valley stood motionless, his face a study in transformation. Shock flickered first across his features, then rage, pure and terrible, made his black eyes blaze. But then something shifted. His expression cooled, becoming more dangerous than any fury. "No," he said softly, his voice carrying such certainty that the waters trembled. "You dare show me false futures? You dare suggest I would let them fall?" The mark pulsed, and cracks appeared in the water's surface. "This is truth, Gadriel began, but Valley cut him off. "You dare call this truth?" Vala's laugh was cold enough to freeze the ancient waters. "I, who have walked through death's domain, who command darkness itself. You think I wouldn't recognize manipulation dressed as prophecy? The mark blazed like a crimson star as reality shuddered beneath his words. I'm not some mere beast ruled by pride, fallen one. Every death, every drop of blood, every moment of violence, all of it calculated, all of it measured. I am the architect of my own monstrosity. Reality cracked as Vala's power surged through the waters. My strength? My endless hunger for worthy challenges? You think these rule me? His black eyes reflected something that made even the ancient waters recoil. They are merely tools, weapons I've forged in the fires of purpose. My family isn't my weakness. They are the very reason I've refined myself into something that makes even angels bleed. The mark flared crimson, and suddenly the waters fractured. Gadriel stumbled, blood spurting from his lips as an invisible force crushed one of his lungs. The waters began to fracture even more as he stepped forward, each word carrying the weight of absolute truth. You show me solitude as if isolation could break me? I reject it. You present their deaths as inevitable? His voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more threat than any shout. Now who decided that? His final words came like a death sentence, cold and utterly certain. I don't just reject your vision, Angel. I reject the very possibility of a reality where I fail them. Let heaven weep. Let hell tremble. Let earth itself shatter. Reality will conform to my will. For throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. At his declaration, the waters shattered, with the world itself recoiling from the absolute certainty in his words. Gadriel's scream of agony echoed through realm as an invisible force crushed his wings to powder and pulverized every bone in his celestial form. The fallen angel, who had stood guard over these waters since before human memory, crumpled like paper in a storm. The waters reformed around them, but they moved differently now. Not with judgment, but with reverence, showing the true vision that even they could no longer deny. Here was their destiny, not as a warning, but as an inevitability. Their combined power, their unified purpose, their absolute dominion over all that dared to stand against them. They saw Klaus and Aurora ruling from shadows, their shared madness becoming a force that shaped civilization itself. Their love, dark and eternal, created beauty from chaos rather than destroying it. Elijah stood at the heart of their influence, his perfect control transforming their family's power into something elegant and unstoppable. Every move calculated, every action precise, their darkness refined into terrible majesty. Cole's understanding of magic deepened beyond what any witch could achieve, his knowledge making him more powerful than if he'd retained the ability to cast spells. His insights guided their family through supernatural waters no others could navigate. Finn found his true role, not as their conscience, but as their wisdom. His understanding tempered their power without weakening it, showing them how to use their nature rather than fight it. And at the center of it all, Valis stood not as a solitary force, but as the linchpin that held them together. His power didn't isolate him, it anchored them. The mark's darkness didn't consume their light, it gave it definition. These, Valley gestured to the new visions, these are truth. Not because they show victory, but because they show us as we are, together. My power exists to ensure they survive. My hunger for challenge exists to make me strong enough to protect them. Even my battle with Silas will end differently. Not with solitude, but with family. Gadriel straightened, his wing curling around his injured side. You saw through the test, he acknowledged. Few have ever rejected a vision so completely they broke its power. Because few understand what true power is, Valley replied. It's not about strength alone. It's about purpose. He looked at his brothers, his black eyes reflecting something almost gentle. And my purpose has always been clear. And what purpose is that? Gadriel asked, though blood still stained his lips from his crushed lung. To perfect what we are, Valley replied, the mark pulsing steadily. Not just myself, but all of us. You showed me a future where my strength led to their doom. But strength without purpose is meaningless. Power without direction is waste. Gadriel, broken and bleeding, managed one final nod of acknowledgement before collapsing entirely. The waters parted before them, no longer offering resistance, but flowing in harmony with their purpose. The path to Freya was clear now. No more tests, no more trials. The waters that had once sought to judge them now seemed to guide them, leading directly to where their sister slept suspended in her temporal prison. Valley approached first, the Mark's crimson light illuminating the strange magics that bound her, now clearer than ever with his harmonized state of mind. With a single touch, the first blade severed Dahlia's spells, as if they were nothing more than spider silk. Time itself seemed to hold its breath as Freya's eyes opened for the first time in years to her centuries. She took in her brothers with a smile that held no surprise, only joy and fierce pride. Through her cursed sleep, she had watched them all, had seen every moment that led to this one. My brothers, Freya's voice carried centuries of longing as she stepped from the waters, each drop falling from her like years of separation finally ending. You've kept me waiting long enough. Freya. Michael's whisper held all the weight of a father's grief, hope, and love. He took one hesitant step forward, as if afraid she might dissolve like morning mist before something in him broke. With a sound that was half sob, half cry of joy, he rushed forward and pulled her into his arms, holding her as if he could press all the lost years between them into nothing. Tears streamed freely down the mighty warrior's face as he cradled his firstborn, his fingers threading through her golden hair just as they had when she was a child. The brothers watched with quiet smiles, something tight in their chests loosening at the sight of their father's walls crumbling in the face of pure joy. Freya was now back with her family. The return to Castle de Martel carried a different weight now. Freya rode with Michael, her presence both foreign and familiar, while the others maintained their formation with practiced ease. I spy our humble abode, Cole announced with his characteristic grin as the towers emerged through the morning mist. Though I must say, sister, we've acquired better accommodations since your extended absence. Cole, Elijah admonished, though his lips twitched slightly. Perhaps we should focus on how to explain Freya's sudden appearance. Oh yes, because we rescued our long-lost sister from our wicked aunt's magical slumber. We'll go over splendidly with the nobility, Klaus drawled, though his eyes kept scanning the horizon with predatory awareness. You all make everything needlessly complex, Cole interjected with his characteristic smirk, lounging lazily in his saddle. Have we forgotten our rather useful ability to make people believe whatever we wish? Now, where would the entertainment be in that? Vala's response carried that dangerous playfulness that always made his siblings slightly wary. Besides, little brother, excessive compulsion rather makes things rather dull, doesn't it? Oh, I wouldn't say that. Cole's eyes gleamed with wicked delight, his grin widening. The possibilities are endless when you're creative enough with it. Vala chuckled. Cole has always been the only one unbothered, and even supportive when it came to his more playful, yet still cruel nature. It is why they are each other's favorites. Freya's laugh was warm, carrying none of the bitterness her imprisonment might have justified. I've watched you all for so long. Your schemes, your battles, your loves. Her knowing glance at Klaus made him shift uncomfortably, though seeing you in person is quite different. Speaking of seeing things, Finn interjected, his usual solemnity lightened by genuine joy at his sister's return. I believe our welcome party approaches. Indeed, figures had emerged at the castle gates. Rebecca stood front and center, practically vibrating with anticipation, while Henrik bounced on his toes beside her. The de Martels maintained their noble composure slightly behind, though Aurora's eyes immediately sought Klaus with poorly concealed longing. Sister! Henrik's cry shattered any pretense of dignity as they dismounted. He launched himself at Freya, who caught him with a laugh. I have so many questions. Rebecca's been helping me, and I have been practicing magic and dash. Perhaps let her breathe first. Henrik, Elijah suggested diplomatically, though his own smile betrayed his joy. Oh, let them be, brother, Cole grinned. It's not every day we retrieve a sister from magical imprisonment. Though I must say, he turned to Freya with scholarly interest. Your containment spell was fascinating. The temporal mechanics alone dash, really, Cole? Klaus interrupted. Now, their banter died as Valley suddenly stiffened, the mark on his arm flaring crimson. His black eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon with dangerous intent. She knows, he stated, his voice carrying that perfect calm that usually preceded violence. Freya's expression hardened. Dahlia was always going to realize eventually. Her power dash is nothing compared to what we've become. Valley cut her off, though not unkindly. Wonderful, Klaus muttered. Another all-powerful witch with a grudge. Exactly what we needed. At least it's not Mother this time. Cole offered cheerfully, earning several glares. If I may suggest, Elijah stepped forward, ever the strategist. Perhaps we should move this discussion inside. The walls have fewer ears than the courtyard. Always so proper, Elijah, Freya smiled, linking her arm with his. But you're right. We have much to discuss, and not just about Dahlia. As they moved toward the castle entrance, Aurora stepped forward. My lord, she addressed Klaus softly, welcome home. The weight of meaning in those 3 words made his expression soften. Lovely reunions all around, Cole commented. But might I suggest we focus on the vengeful, which likely heading our way? Not that I'm complaining. It's been dreadfully dull here lately. Your definition of dull concerns me. Brother, Finn remarked dryly. Valley watched his siblings with quiet amusement as they entered the castle, but his mind was already calculating. The mark pulsed steadily, almost eagerly, at the prospect of facing Dahlia's power. I assume you have a plan? Elijah asked quietly, falling in a step beside him. Several, Valley replied, his black eyes gleaming, though I doubt we'll need more than one. After all, his smile turned sharp. We've already faced an angel's judgment. What one more witch? A witch who held our sister captive for centuries, Finn reminded him, though there was no criticism in his voice, only careful consideration. And now she faces something far worse than a mere witch, Valis stated simply. The mark pulsed in agreement, its crimson light briefly illuminating the corridor. Freya, who had been listening while accepting embraces from Rebecca and Henrik, turned to them with knowing eyes. Dahlia's power is vast, she cautioned, but it's built on stolen strength. Yours, she looked directly at Valet, is something else entirely. Something she won't understand until it's too late. Speaking of understanding, Cole interjected with his characteristic grin. Perhaps we should actually discuss how exactly we're explaining our suddenly appearing sister to the nobility? Not that I'm opposed to simply compelling the lot of them, but let them wonder. Valley cut him off, though his tone carried dark amusement. Let them whisper and speculate. It will make what comes next all the more interesting. Brother, Elijah sighed, not everything needs to be a game, doesn't it? Vala's smile was pure predator. After all, we have eternity to play. The castle's great hall had been prepared for their return, fires blazing in massive hearths while servants scurried about with barely concealed curiosity. Tadia waited at the head of the main table, her presence commanding despite her relaxed pose. Welcome home, she greeted them, her eyes finding Vala's first before moving to Freya with genuine warmth. Sister, I've heard so much about you, and I've watched you tame what others thought untamable, Freya replied with a knowing smile, glancing between Tadia and Valley. Though seeing it in person is quite different. Speaking of seeing things, Aurora interjected smoothly, having followed them inside. Perhaps we should discuss how to present this rather sudden family reunion to the court? The nobles are already buzzing with questions. As I already said, let them buzz, Valley said dismissively, though his black eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Their speculation will provide entertainment enough. Brother, Elijah sighed, we still need some form of explanation. The Count will expect The Count will believe whatever we wish him to believe, Cole interrupted cheerfully. Though I must say, the possibilities for creative storytelling are endless. Perhaps, Freya suggested, settling into a chair with natural grace. We simply tell a version of the truth. A long-lost sister, separated by tragedy in childhood, finally reunited through faithful searching. Her smile turned sharp. After all, the best lies contain seeds of truth. Now that, Valley approved, sounds like proper entertainment. The servants brought wine and food, though none of his siblings paid much attention to either. Freya watched with quiet amusement as Henrik practically bounced in his seat, barely containing his eagerness to discuss magic with her. "You must tell me everything," he burst out finally, unable to hold back any longer. "The temporal magic in your prison alone dash." "Let's not call it prison," Michael interrupted softly, his hand tightening on his goblet. The pain in his voice made everyone pause. "Of course," Freya agreed smoothly, covering their father's hand with her own. "Though Henrik is right, there's much to discuss about magic. I've watched you both grow stronger," she included Rebecca in her glance, "and I have so much to teach you." "Wonderful," Klaus drawled, though his tone held no real bite. "More witchcraft in the family. As if we weren't conspicuous enough," says the hybrid who can't go a day without dramatically brooding on some balcony, Cole quipped, earning a glare from his brother and a poorly hidden smile from Aurora. "Speaking of conspicuous," Elijah interjected, ever focused on practicalities, "we should discuss our next moves carefully. The scholar's disappearance has already raised questions among certain circles. Questions that will soon be forgotten," Valis stated with casual certainty, the mark pulsing softly on his arm. "After all, we have more interesting games to play now." "Games?" Tadia asked, though her smile suggested she already knew the answer. "The nobility thinks they know power." Vala's black eyes gleamed as he looked around at his assembled family. "They think they understand influence, control, dominion, but they've never seen anything like what we're about to become." "Always so dramatic, brother," Cole grinned, raising his goblet. "Though I must admit, I do love how you think." "Speaking of interesting games," Finn spoke up, his tone serious, "there's a more pressing matter we need to discuss." He glanced meaningfully at Freya. "The curse Kitsia and her followers placed upon us." The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately, playful banter giving way to focused intensity. Even the servants seemed to sense the change, quietly withdrawing from the hall. "Ah yes," Freya's expression grew thoughtful. "I witnessed that through the waters, their attempt to bind you with nature's wrath." Though her eyes found valid, they clearly didn't understand what they were truly facing. "The curse builds in power the longer we remain in one place," Elijah explained, though from her expression, she already knew this. "Moving frequently has delayed its full manifestation, but that's hardly a permanent solution," Freya finished. "Especially not for what you're building here." She leaned forward, her voice dropping lower. "The curse is unusual. It's not just about location or time. It's about reality itself." "Explain," Vala commanded softly, the mark pulsing with interest. "Kitsia tried to bind you to nature's law," Freya began, her hands moving as if weaving invisible threads. But she didn't account for the mark's influence. When Valley rejected her vision in the waters, he didn't just deny a possible future. He rejected nature's authority over him entirely. "And how exactly does explaining what we already know help break this curse?" Klaus asked, irritation edging into his voice. "Understanding the foundation is necessary before discussing its destruction," Freya replied, smoothly, a hint of steel beneath her gentle tone. "If you'll allow me to continue." "Perhaps, brother," Finn interjected with quiet authority, "we should hear everything before passing judgment. After all, none of us have witnessed these magics as Freya has." "The curse," Freya began, her voice carrying ancient knowledge. "I've had a lot of time to research it and question those who were willing to aid, and eventually found out this. To break the curse, a sacrificial ritual is required. Kitsia used your blood," she looked at Tadia, "when you were vulnerable after Iana's failed attempt. The blood that Valley had collected for his own purposes was laced with magic hidden so well, even he was unable to see it. She twisted the blood, alongside nature's power, to create very particular conditions for the curse to make the breaking of it near impossible." "What kind of conditions?" Elijah asked, though Vala's expression suggested he was already calculating costs. "4 doppelgangers," Freya began, representing the elements that bind the curse. "A werewolf for the moon's power, a vampire for the sun's strength, and a Bennett witch, whose bloodline carries Kitsia's own power. Sacrificed on the altar of the cursed." as he then, after finally, gives himself death. Gives himself death. Elijah's voice sharpened. You mean Dash. She means me, Valet stated calmly, though the mark pulsed with dangerous interest. How? Predictable of Kitsia. These doppelgangers, Valet questioned, his black eyes gleaming with calculation. Do they specifically need to be of the Petrova line? No, Freya answered, her expression thoughtful. The ritual requires 4 doppelgangers, but their bloodline origin doesn't matter. They simply need to be nature's attempts at balance against immortality. Wait, Klaus interrupted, his voice unusually sharp. We need to retrace our steps for a moment. You're talking about Vala dying, sacrificing himself, and we're just going to gloss over that. Well, technically I'd be the most qualified for death, Vala smirked darkly. I do have the most experience with it, after all. This isn't a joke, Vala. Klaus slammed his hands on the table, genuine emotion breaking through his usual facades. No matter how many times we're at odds, no matter how often we clash, you're still my brother. My beloved older brother, who's protected me since I was a child. And you're sitting here making jokes about your own death. The mark pulsed softly as Vala's expression shifted, his dark humor giving way to something more serious. Kitsia is a fool, he stated simply. She thought that because I'm truly immortal, death would be impossible for me, making her requirement the perfect lock on her curse. But she's operating under a fundamental misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Elijah asked quietly. The mark doesn't make me unable to die, Valley explained, his black eyes gleaming. It makes death unable to hold me. I can die 1,000 times, but I'll always return. That's what makes me truly immortal. Not an inability to die, but an inability to stay dead. The silence that followed Vala's revelation was heavy with understanding. So, when you die, Cole began, his scholar's mind already racing with possibilities. The curse would technically be fulfilled, but I would simply return. Vala finished, a predatory smile spreading across his face. Kitsia, in all her power and wisdom, created a requirement she thought impossible to fulfill. Instead, she made it laughably simple. Simple? Finn questioned. Brother, we're still talking about your death. Death is hardly the worst thing I've experienced, Valley replied dismissively. Though I must admit, I do appreciate the concern, Klaus, he added, his tone softening slightly as he looked at his still troubled brother. The real challenge, Elijah interjected, ever practical even as relief colored his voice, will be gathering the other requirements. 4 doppelgangers, a werewolf, a vampire, and a Bennett witch. I've already taken care of the Petrova line, Vala stated, his voice carrying that perfect certainty that made even his siblings pause. When it comes to that bloodline, I made certain arrangements. Tadia's aunt is protected by her entire village, all of them compelled to guard her with their lives. His black eyes gleamed as he continued. I even compelled her to find someone she truly loves, to marry and have children with. And if she cannot find love, then to choose someone who can protect her and her future bloodline best. The compulsion was quite thorough. Always thinking ahead, brother, Cole grinned appreciatively. As for Silas's doppelgangers, Vala's smile turned sharp. I'll handle that personally. These doppelgangers, Elijah questioned thoughtfully. Do they need to be human when sacrificed? Freya's brow furrowed in concentration as she considered the magical theory. No, not all of them. The ritual requires 2 to be human, their mortal blood representing nature's balance. But the other 2 could be something else entirely. Well, that makes things considerably easier, Cole grinned, leaning forward excitedly. We can turn 2 of them into vampires once we find them. After all, nature only creates a new doppelganger after the previous one dies, and vampirism is a rather effective way to prevent that particular inconvenience. The Bennett, which might prove the most challenging to acquire, Finn observed. Their bloodline is notoriously well protected. Leave that to me, Freya interjected, a knowing smile playing at her lips. I observed quite a bit during my time in the waters. I know exactly where to find one. One question, Klaus spoke up, his tactical mind working through the possibilities. What if we can't find Silas's bloodline? Two human doppelgangers would be difficult to maintain. We don't even know what truly defines human in this context. Would someone who's been dead for centuries, then revived, still count as purely human? Or would they be considered a supernatural entity? In such a case, we'll simply use one of mine. Val has responded with a smile. I too will have doppelgangers, eventually. After all, the mark pulsed on his arm. I am far more immortal than either Silas or his beloved Amara ever were. Nature will try even harder to balance my existence. But how? Rebecca questioned, her brow furrowed. None of us can have children now. How would you have doppelgangers? Actually, Michael spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of long-held secrets. There might be an answer to that. I've maintained contact with my brothers in the old world. The siblings, except Valley, turned to him in surprise as he continued. When my mother and I fled to the new world, it wasn't just chance or simple migration. My father had a vision. He saw something coming, something that would destroy our bloodline if we remained united. He ordered us to separate, to spread across different lands to ensure our survival. You never told us this, Finn said quietly. There was never a reason to, Michael replied. But now, he glanced at Vala. Now it seems my father's foresight might serve a greater purpose than even he intended. Tell us more about this vision, Elijah prompted, ever the strategist. What exactly did your father see? He saw a great darkness, Michael replied, his voice heavy with memory. But not the kind we'd expect. He saw our bloodline becoming too powerful if concentrated in one place. He believed that by separating us, by spreading the blood thin across different lands, we could avoid drawing too much attention from forces beyond our understanding. Forces like Hitsia, Cole mused thoughtfully, though I doubt even he could have foreseen what we'd become. My youngest brother, Eric, settled in the mountains to the east, Michael continued, while Harold took to the western shores. They would have had families by now, bloodlines of their own, which means Vala's smile was sharp, potential vessels for nature's attempts at balance. After all, they share our blood, even if distantly. And since they're removed from our immediate line, Freya added, understanding dawning in her eyes, Dahlia would not go after them. So we have 3 possible bloodlines to work with, Elijah summarized. The Petrova line, which you've already secured, Silas's line, which you'll handle personally, and Father's family in the old world who your line will descend from. Now that we know what needs to be done, I suggest we plan how to approach the fulfillment of this ritual. Elijah continued, his strategic mind already mapping out their approach. Some of us should travel to the old world to seek out Father's brothers, while others pursue Silas's line and the Bennett Witch. I know where to find a Bennett Witch line, Freya added. Through the waters, I saw one that would be perfect for our purpose. Powerful enough to matter, but not so well protected as their main line. When it comes to dividing our forces, I believe Vala and Tadia should pursue Silas's since he seems to know something we don't. Klaus suggested with a pointed look. Oh, little brother, you hurt me. You don't trust me on my own? Vala questioned with a mock-hurt look, hand on his heart. Niklaus scoffed. Brother, the last time we let you handle something alone, you ended up making a fallen angel bleed. Some supervision might be warranted. Your lack of faith wounds me, Valley replied with mock offense. Though I suppose you have a point. Tadia's presence does tend to moderate my more creative impulses. That's one way of putting it, Elijah muttered, earning a sharp smile from Tadia. Father, Klaus continued, turning to Michael, you should lead the search for your brothers in the old world. Take Finn and Elijah with you. Their diplomatic skills might prove useful in navigating whatever territories your family now controls. And what of the Bennett Witch? Rebecca asked. I'll handle that, Freya stated confidently, though I like Henrik and Cole with me. Their magical knowledge could prove invaluable, which leads me to help keep our new home secure, Rebecca concluded, glancing at the DeMartels. Someone needs to maintain our position here while you're all gallivanting across the world. And what are the werewolf and vampire sacrifices? Finn questioned. Those will be the easiest to acquire, Cole grinned. After all, we can make vampires at will, and werewolves. His smile turned sharp. Well, they're not exactly rare in these parts. Then we have the beginnings of a plan, Elijah summarized, though the details will need to be carefully arranged. Indeed, But before that, something more important should be handled first. Vala spoke up, his tone shifting to something more serious, a matter of equal, if not greater importance. His black eyes found Freya. Your mortality. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. They'd been so focused on breaking the curse, they'd almost forgotten that their newly recovered sister was still bound by mortal constraints. Freya began. Seeing his expectant look, she immediately understood and smiled. You want me to use Dahlia's spell? You know it, Vala questioned, though his tone suggested he'd already known the answer. Of course. I watched her perform it countless times, binding others to her for their power. Freya's expression darkened with memory. Though I never thought I'd consider using it myself. Then link yourself to me, Vala stated simply. Draw your life force from my immortality. The mark's power is virtually infinite, ever growing so long as evil exists. It can easily sustain your eternal youth without any cost to either of us. That could work, Freya said slowly, her mind working through the magical theory. The mark's power is different from Dahlia's stolen strength. It's pure, endless. Her eyes widened with sudden understanding. And since the strength is so great, there would be no need for century-long slumbers to maintain it. You'd be truly immortal, Cole added excitedly, his scholar's mind racing with possibilities. Not just eternally young, but protected by the mark's power itself. Is it safe? Michael questioned, his protective instincts flaring, linking to something as powerful as the mark. Safer than remaining mortal, Valley replied, his tone brooking no argument. Besides, I protect what's mine. The mark will recognize her as family, as something to be preserved rather than destroyed. It would also solve another potential problem, Elijah observed thoughtfully. Any enemies who might think to use Freya's mortality against us would find themselves sorely disappointed. Well then, Freya smiled, rising from her seat with newfound purpose. Shall we begin? The sooner we perform this linking, the sooner we can focus on breaking Kitsio's curse. Wait, Henrik spoke up suddenly, his young voice carrying the weight of serious consideration. There's something we haven't thought about. The sacrificial ritual, when Vala dies. If Freya is linked to him, wouldn't that mean she would die too? The room fell silent as this implication sank in. Even Vala's expression showed appreciation for his youngest brother's insight. Clever observation, little brother, Vala said, his black eyes gleaming with approval. But you're forgetting one crucial detail, timing. Doppelgangers need at least half a millennium to be born, sometimes longer. The ritual won't take place for approximately a millennium, perhaps more. His smile turned sharp as he continued. By then, we'll have had plenty of time to devise a solution for that particular complication. After all, the mark pulsed on his arm. We have eternity to plan. And you're certain about that time frame? Elijah questioned. Nature requires time to create its duplicates, Freya confirmed. Even with 3 potential bloodlines to work with, we'll need centuries before we have enough doppelgangers for the ritual. With everything discussed, I believe we should proceed, Freya continued. The linking spell isn't complex, not compared to what we've already achieved today. Though, she glanced around the Great Hall, we should perhaps move somewhere more private. My chambers, Vala suggested, the mark pulsing steadily. They're already warded against prying eyes, thanks to our scholarly friend's previous attempts at surveillance. I'm coming too, Henrik declared, practically bouncing with excitement at the prospect of witnessing such magic. I want to see how the spell works. As am I, Cole added, his interest evident. An immortality spell that allows one to keep their magic dash. We're all coming, Klaus interrupted firmly. If we're binding our sister to Vala's immortality, we should all be present. Always so dramatic, Niklaus. Vala smirked, though his tone held genuine affection. Though I suppose it's fitting, our family united for one more ritual. Hopefully this one with less death than the last, Finn remarked dryly, earning several pointed looks. Well, Freya smiled, linking her arm with Vala's as they moved toward the door. Shall we begin? The tomb was cold and dark, the air heavy with centuries of isolation. Elena stood at the invisible barrier, watching her ancestors' weakened form with a mixture of pity and revulsion. Catherine Pierce, once Katerina Petrova, looked nothing like the terrifying vampire who had tormented them for so long. "Why are we here again?" Damon asked, his usual snark barely masking genuine unease. In case anyone's forgotten, she's not exactly reliable. "Because," Stefan replied quietly, "she's the only one old enough to know about him. About the one they call Drackle." At that name, Catherine's head snapped up, genuine fear flickering across her face before she could mask it. Even starved and weakened, that reaction sent chills through everyone present. "You don't want to know about him," Catherine whispered, her voice hoarse. "Trust me on this. Some questions are better left unasked." "We need to know," Elena insisted. "The witches say he's coming, him and his family. And they're terrified." Catherine's laugh was hollow. "Terrified? They should be. The king of vampires, the dragon, the one even the devil fears." She shook her head. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." "Then tell us," Bonnie demanded. "Who is he really?" Catherine shifted in the darkness, her eyes distant with memories. "I first heard about him in England, 1492. I was still human then, just another noble girl caught up in games I didn't understand. Trevor brought me to meet Lord Elijah," she continued, her voice taking on an almost dreamlike quality. "But it wasn't Elijah I needed to fear. It was his brother, Valley, the original they called the dragon." "Why the dragon?" Elena asked softly. Catherine's laugh held no humor. "Because of what he does to those who defy him. They say when he truly unleashes his power, his victims see a dragon of living darkness before they die. But that's not why they truly fear him." "Then why?" Damon pressed, his usual sarcasm absent. "Because he's patient, calculating. Everyone thinks Klaus is the volatile one, but they're wrong. Klaus's rage burns hot and fast. Vali," she shuddered. "His is cold, endless. He'll wait centuries to execute a plan, and he never, ever fails." "You ran from him," Stefan observed. "Like you ran from Klaus." "No." Catherine's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "I ran from Klaus. I merely tried to avoid Vala's attention. There's a difference. Klaus hunts those who betray him. Valley," she paused, genuine terror crossing her face. "Vala collects them, keeps them alive for centuries, perfectly preserved, just so they can witness what happens when someone truly earns his wrath." "You're saying he's worse than Klaus?" Elena asked incredulously. "Klaus is a force of nature. Destructive, but predictable. Vala is something else entirely." The mark on his arm. Catherine trailed off, then seemed to catch herself. "But you don't want to know about that." "The mark?" Bonnie leaned forward, her witch's instincts sensing something significant. "What mark?" Catherine's eyes darted around, as if afraid speaking of it might summon its bearer. "Some say it's the mark of death himself. Others claim it's something older. All I know is what I saw the night I truly understood what he was." She shifted, drawing closer to the barrier despite her weakness. "It was after I turned. I thought I was clever, playing both Henrik and Elijah against each other. But Valley," a bitter smile crossed her face. "He was always 10 steps ahead." "What happened?" Stefan asked quietly. "I had arranged for some witches to help me disappear, powerful ones from an ancient line. They promised they could hide me from the originals." Her laugh was hollow. "Instead, they delivered me right to him. He had been playing them for centuries, letting them think they were gathering power to challenge him. And," Damon prompted when she fell silent. "And I watched him end a coven that had existed since before Rome with a single gesture." The mark blazed crimson, and suddenly, she shuddered. "Have you ever seen a dragon made of living darkness? Seen it devour souls while leaving bodies perfectly intact?" "I have." "But you escaped," Elena pointed out. "Escape?" Catherine's laugh held an edge of hysteria. "No, sweet Elena. He let me go. Said I was more useful as a cautionary tale than a corpse. But first," she pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing a scar that somehow hadn't healed despite her vampirism. "He marked me. Said that when the time came, he'd collect what was his. That's why you've been running all these years," Stefan realized. "Not just from Klaus." "Klaus would just kill me," Catherine said simply. "Valley? He has plans. Always has plans. Why do you think I'm really in this to him? You think your little witch spell could hold me if I truly wanted to leave? I don't leave because there's no point. He has already planned against any way possible. What does he look like? Elena asked suddenly. This valley, this dragon everyone fears so much. Catherine's laugh echoed through the tomb, sharp and brittle. Why don't you just look at Alexander? Her eyes gleamed with dark amusement as everyone turned to the youngest Salvatore, nature's perfect echo of the monster himself. What? Damon's voice was sharp as he looked between his younger brother and Catherine. Oh, you didn't know? Catherine's smile was cruel despite her weakened state. Your baby brother is a doppelganger, just like Stefan and Elena. Nature's attempt to balance power it never should have tried to match. Alexander stood frozen, his usual confidence cracking slightly under this revelation. Catherine's smile widened at his expression. That's why I always enjoyed playing with you the most, Alexander. Sweet, noble Alexander. Her voice turned mocking. Watching those expressions of vulnerability, of love, of weakness cross that face, she shuddered with remembered pleasure. It was like seeing the dragon himself brought low. The closest I'd ever get to seeing such emotions on the face I feared most. You're lying, Alexander said, but there was uncertainty in his voice. Am I? Haven't you ever wondered why you feel so different? Why sometimes your reflection doesn't feel quite like your own? Catherine's eyes glittered with malice. You're wearing his face, Alexander. The face of the most dangerous creature to ever walk this earth. And you don't even know it. Stop playing games, Catherine, Stefan growled, stepping protectively closer to his younger brother. If you're going to tell us something, tell us straight. But where's the fun in that? Catherine pouted, though her eyes remained sharp. Besides, watching my little dragon squirm is so entertaining. Almost as entertaining as it was making him fall in love with me. That was a long time ago, Alexander said quietly, though something in his voice wavered. Was it, sweetheart? Catherine's smile turned predatory. Tell me, does it hurt knowing I only chose you because you were his face? That every time I kissed you, touched you, whispered sweet nothings in your ear? I was imagining what it would be like to have that kind of power over him. That's enough, Damon snapped, but Catherine wasn't finished. But here's the real joke, my darling copy. You're not even the first attempt. Nature tried once before to create a counterweight to the dragon's power. That one was born dead. Her laugh echoed through the tomb. Even nature itself fails when it tries to replicate true perfection. If what you're saying is true, Bonnie interjected, then why hasn't he come for Alexander before now? Catherine's expression shifted to something almost pitying. Oh, sweet little witch. Who says he hasn't been watching all along? Why do you think I really came to Mystic Falls? Her eyes found Alexander again. He's been waiting, my little dragon. Waiting for all the pieces to align perfectly. What pieces? Elena pressed, though part of her feared the answer. Catherine's smile widened. Think about it. 2 Petrova doppelgangers in one place. Silas's shadow walking around in Stefan's skin, and nature's attempt to balance the dragon himself. She gestured at Alexander. All we're missing is a Bennett witch, a werewolf, and a vampire willing to die. Oh wait, her eyes glittered maliciously. We have all of those too, don't we? A ritual, Bonnie realized, her face paling. You're talking about some kind of ritual. Smart girl, Catherine purred, though you don't know the half of it. Tell me, my little dragon. She turned her attention back to Alexander. Have you ever wondered why you dream of crimson light? Why sometimes you wake up feeling like there's something burning under your skin, right here? She touched her own forearm in the same spot where Vala's mark would be. Alexander's sharp intake of breath was answer enough. That's what I thought. Catherine's voice dropped to almost a whisper. Nature trying to echo his power, creating pale imitations of the mark that makes him truly immortal. But you're just a copy, darling. A beautiful, breakable copy. Why are you telling us this? Stefan demanded. Because Catherine's smile turned sharp as she began to laugh hysterically. Nothing matters anymore. He's going to be here soon. I set everything up for him, came here myself, also that I can regain his favor, also that he still cares enough to give me life once more. You're insane, Elena said, taking an instinctive step back from the barrier. You talk about him like he's some kind of god. You've lost your mind down here. Catherine's laugh started low, almost normal, before rising into something high and hysterical. Insane? Yes. Yes, I am. The laughter grew more manic, echoing off the tomb walls. 500 years of running will do that to you, sweet Elena. 500 years of knowing he's watching, waiting, playing with his food. Her laughter suddenly broke, dissolving into quiet, terrified weeping. The transformation was jarring. The confident, manipulative Catherine Pierce crumbling away to reveal something broken underneath. You don't understand, she whispered through her tears, all pretense gone. None of you do. I've seen him tear apart armies like they were paper dolls. I've watched him make angels bleed. And the whole time, she shuddered, curling in on herself. The whole time he wears that same calm, serene smile, like everything's okay. You don't know what it feels like for him to hug you with bloodied hands, kiss your brow, and tell you that one day you'll die for him. Her eyes found Alexander again, genuine pity mixing with her fear. My poor little dragon. You don't even know what it means to wear that face. To be a mirror of something that makes the devil himself think twice. The silence that followed Catherine's breakdown was deafening. Even Damon, who always had a sarcastic comment ready, seemed at a loss for words. Catherine, Stefan started, his voice gentler than before. When exactly did you last see him? Her head snapped up, a bitter smile crossing her tear-stained face. That's the thing about the dragon. You never really see him until he wants you to. But I felt him. She shuddered. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a message out to him. And suddenly the mark's scar started burning. She pulled down her collar again, revealing the strange scar. To everyone's shock, it was pulsing with a faint crimson light. It's been getting stronger, she whispered, pulling her collar back up with trembling hands. Every day, the light pulses brighter, like it's counting down to something. To what? Bonnie asked, though her voice suggested she already dreaded the answer. Catherine's eyes darted around the tomb shadows before she spoke again. Haven't you noticed? The way the darkness moves differently lately? The way shadows sometimes seem to have eyes. She laughed, the sound brittle. He's watching. Through every dark corner, every reflective surface. You're being paranoid, Damon started, but Catherine cut him off. Am I? Tell them, Alexander. Tell them about the mirrors in your room. How sometimes your reflection moves wrong. How sometimes you see something vast and ancient looking back through your own eyes. Alexander's silence was answer enough. The dragon's getting closer, Catherine continued, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. I can feel it in my bones, in this cursed mark he left on me. He's coming to collect what's his, all the pieces he's spent a millennium arranging. And there's nothing. Her voice cracked. Nothing any of us can do to stop it. There's always something we can do, Elena insisted, though her conviction wavered. Catherine's responding laugh held an edge of madness. Sweet, naive Elena. You still think this is a game you can win? This was never our story. We're just characters he's been moving around his board since before we were born. Even this conversation. Her eyes went wide with sudden realization. Even this is probably part of his plan. She curled in on herself, rocking slightly as she continued to speak, her voice becoming more frantic. He's going to come through that door any moment now, wearing my little dragon's face, but with eyes that see through everything, and he's going to smile that terrible, gentle smile. The Salvatore boarding house was thick with tension. Elena sat between the brothers, still processing what Catherine had told them about Elijah's survival and inevitable return. How long? She asked quietly. Could be days, could be hours, Damon replied, pacing restlessly. Hard to predict the schedule of an original who's supposedly dead, and now supposedly working against his own brother, Stefan added, his brow furrowed. It seems convenient, Damon suggested. Suspicious? Completely insane? Catherine seemed genuinely terrified, Elena pointed out. Not just of Valley, but of what's coming. Catherine's always terrified, Damon scoffed, though his usual sarcasm seemed forced. It's her default state these days. No, Stefan shook his head. This was different. When she talked about Elijah coming, about him and Michael opposing Valley, there was something else in her eyes. Almost like hope, Bonnie finished, entering the room with several grimoires. She thinks they might actually be able to stop him. An original vampire and a vampire who hunts originals, Damon mused. working together against the biggest bad of them all. Yeah, nothing suspicious about that at all. We don't have much choice, Elena said softly. If what Catherine said about the ritual is true. The room fell silent as they remembered Catherine's hysterical warnings about doppelgangers and ancient magic, about a dragon made of living darkness that devoured souls. I still can't believe I'm his doppelganger. Alexander spoke up from his position by the window. He'd been quieter than usual since Catherine's revelations. That this face... It's not your fault, Elena assured him quickly. Being a doppelganger doesn't define you. Trust me, I know. Before anyone could respond, the air in the room seemed to shift. The shadows deepened slightly, and an inexplicable tension filled the space. They're here, Bonnie whispered, her witch's senses tingling. The sound of tires on gravel drew their attention. Through the window, they watched a sleek black car pull up to the house. Well, Damon said, reaching for his bourbon, time to meet our potential saviors. Or, die horribly. Either way, I need a drink. The front door opened without anyone touching it. Footsteps echoed through the hall, measured, deliberate steps that carried authority in their very rhythm. Elijah appeared first, every bit as imposing as Elena remembered. His suit was immaculate, his presence commanding, but there was something different about him now. A weight to his shoulders that hadn't been there before. Behind him came Michael, his very presence making the air feel heavy with potential violence. His eyes swept the room, lingering first on Elena, then fixing on Alexander with an intensity that made everyone tense. Miss Gilbert, Elijah greeted smoothly, as if their last meeting hadn't ended with a dagger in his heart. I believe we have much to discuss. Elijah, Elena managed standing straighter. Catherine said, yes, Katerina. Elijah's smile held no warmth. I trust she's been informative about our current situation. You mean about your brother? Damon asked, his hand still wrapped around his glass. The big bad dragon everyone's so afraid of. Michael's expression darkened dangerously. Choose your next words carefully, boy. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Then enlighten us, Stefan suggested, moving slightly closer to Elena. Because right now, all we have are Catherine's terrified ramblings and a lot of questions. Questions, Elijah repeated softly, his eyes finding Alexander. Yes, I imagine you have many of those. Particularly you, young Alexander. It must be disconcerting to wear that face. Alexander stood straighter, though his voice betrayed his unease. Catherine said, I'm his doppelganger. That nature created me to try to balance his power. Balance. Michael scoffed, the word carrying centuries of bitterness. As if anything could balance what he's become. And what exactly has he become? Bonnie asked, her voice steady despite the tension. Elijah and Michael exchanged glances, a look that carried a weight Elena couldn't quite understand. Perhaps, Elijah suggested smoothly, we should sit. This explanation will take some time. The Salvatore boarding house fell silent as Elijah and Michael entered. Elena felt Stefan tense beside her, while Damon's hand tightened around his glass. They settled into the boarding house's sitting area. Though Michael remained standing, his restless energy a stark contrast to Elijah's perfect stillness. Before we begin, Elijah said carefully, you should understand something. What we're about to tell you, it goes beyond your current understanding of the supernatural world. We've dealt with original vampires, witches, werewolves, Damon started, but Michael's bitter laugh cut him off. You've played in shallow waters, boy. Michael's voice carried centuries of weight. Now you're about to learn what swims in the deep. Start with Alexander, Elena suggested, noting how both originals kept glancing at him. What does it mean that he's Vala's doppelganger? Elijah straightened his cuffs, a gesture Elena was beginning to recognize as a sign of discomfort. Nature creates doppelgangers to balance power it cannot control. The Petrova line, Silas's shadow, each serves a purpose. But Alexander, his eyes fixed on the youngest Salvatore, you're different. Different how? Alexander asked, though his voice suggested he dreaded the answer. Because nature has never tried to balance something like him before, Michael stated grimly. The mark he bears, it's beyond anything this world was meant to contain. The mark Catherine mentioned? Stefan Pesset. The one she said makes him truly immortal? More than immortal, Elijah corrected softly. It makes death itself bow to his will. We've seen him die, truly die, only to return stronger, darker. The mark ensures not just his survival, but his constant evolution. And that's why I dream of crimson light. Alexander's hand unconsciously moved to his forearm. Why sometimes my reflection moves wrong. Nature tried to echo his abilities in you, Elijah explained. Create a pale imitation of his power. But it failed, as it always does when trying to replicate true darkness. You keep talking about darkness, Bonnie interjected. But what exactly is he? What does he become? Elijah and Michael exchanged glances again. That same weighted look that seemed to carry centuries of shared horror. Would you like to tell them? Elijah asked softly. About what your son has become? Michael's face twisted with something between grief and rage. My son died centuries ago. What walks in his skin now? He paused, composing himself. Perhaps you should tell them about Rebecca first. About what finally made us understand what he truly was. Elijah was silent for a moment, his perfect composure cracking slightly as he reached into his jacket. He withdrew what appeared to be an old photograph, worn at the edges but carefully preserved. My sister, Rebecca, he said softly, placing the photo on the table. A beautiful young woman smiled up at them, her eyes bright with life and mischief. This was taken in 1920, 3 days before. He paused, his voice tight with controlled emotion. Before what? Elena asked gently. Before Valley took her soul, Michael finished, his hands clenching into fists. Not just her body, not just her life, her very essence. That's not possible, Bonnie protested, though her witch's instincts made her voice waver. Even the most powerful magic can't trap a soul. Elijah's smile was bitter. You seem to forget the other side. After all, in essence, it functions the same. He's simply doing it more individually. Though, still, even when he first developed the daggers that could temporarily neutralize us, we never imagined he could. He trailed off, composing himself. The daggers? Stefan questioned. Silver daggers dipped in white oak ash, Elijah explained. Capable of putting an original into a death-like sleep. But what he developed later, it was something else entirely. He found a way, Michael continued, his voice thick with rage and grief, to not just stop their bodies, but to trap their very essence, their souls, hidden away where even the other side cannot reach them. Rebecca was first, Elijah said, touching the photograph gently. Then Cole, his desperate attempts to regain his magic making him unstable in Vala's eyes. Finally, Niklaus. My children, Michael's voice cracked slightly. Their bodies preserved in whatever vault he's chosen, their souls trapped in whatever hell he's devised. The room fell silent as this information sank in. Even Damon seemed sobered by the revelation. But why? Elena finally asked. Why would he do that to his own family? Power, Elijah stated simply. Each soul he collects adds to his strength. But more than that. He paused, choosing his words carefully. We believe he's preparing for something. Something that requires specific pieces arranged over centuries. The ritual Catherine mentioned, Bonnie realized. Yes, Michael confirmed grimly. A ceremony he's been planning since before your ancestors drew breath. One that requires very particular elements. Elements like doppelgangers? Alexander asked quietly. Among others, Elijah nodded. Albanitevich, Alverevwef, Alvempire. All carefully arranged. All meant to break the final chains binding his power. And what happens to us in this ritual? Elena's voice was barely a whisper. Death would be a mercy, Michael stated coldly. He doesn't just want your lives. He thereafter will want your very essence. Your souls added to his collection. Your power feeding whatever he's becoming. Thunder rolled outside, closer now, and the shadows in the room seemed to deepen. Bonnie shivered, her magical senses picking up something she couldn't quite identify. That's why we're here, Elijah continued, straightening his cuffs again. To stop him, permanently. But we'll need your complete cooperation. And trust, Michael added, his eyes finding Alexander again. Absolute trust. Why should we trust you? Damon challenged, though his voice lacked its usual bite. For all we know, this could be another game. Because Elijah said softly, "We're your only chance of survival." What's coming? He glanced at the deepening shadows. It's beyond anything you've faced before. After a moment of silence, Alexander spoke up. "You still haven't explained everything," he said, his voice steadier than before. "These dreams I've been having, they're getting stronger." Last night, he hesitated, glancing at his brothers. "Tell them," Stefan encouraged quietly. "Last night, I saw through his eyes," Alexander continued. "Just for a moment, but I saw what he sees. The world looked different, like everything was made of shadows and light. And somewhere in those shadows," he shuddered, "something vast was moving." Elijah and Michael exchanged another loaded glance. "The mark," Elijah explained carefully, "it doesn't just grant him power. It changes how he perceives reality itself." "What you saw, Alexander, was a glimpse of how he truly sees the world." "And what exactly does he see?" Bonnie pressed. "The truth beneath the surface." Michael's voice was heavy with memory. "I remember when it first started, when he was just a boy. He would tell us about shadows that moved wrong, about how he could see the darkness inside people's souls. We thought it was imagination at first," Elijah added, "until later he could actually control it. Until the deaths started." "Deaths?" Elena's voice wavered slightly. "Those who crossed him would be found empty," Elijah said carefully. "Their bodies intact, but their souls devoured is the only word that fits." That's when we began to understand what the mark truly was. "And what exactly is it?" Stefan asked. "It wound in reality itself," Michael stated grimly. "A connection to something that existed before this world. Something that even the oldest beings fear to name." Thunder cracked directly overhead, making everyone but Elijah and Michael jump. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse with a faint crimson light. "He's getting closer," Bonnie whispered, her witch's senses screaming. "Isn't he?" "Yes," Elijah confirmed, "which is why we need to act quickly. The ritual he's planning, it's not just about power. It's about releasing his true nature." "And what exactly is his true nature?" Damon asked, though his usual sarcasm had completely vanished. Before either original could answer, the lights in the boarding house flickered. In that brief moment of darkness, everyone saw it. The shadows moving independently of the light, forming shapes that shouldn't exist. "Perhaps," Elijah suggested smoothly, though his own tension was evident, "we should discuss our plan before the night grows any darker. Time is not our ally. The ritual requires specific elements," Michael continued, his eyes fixed on the shifting shadows. "Elements he's been gathering for centuries. But if we can turn those same elements against him, we can trap him," Elijah finished, "permanently. But it will require perfect timing, absolute trust, and..." His eyes found Bonnie, considerable magical power. "And what about his siblings?" Elena asked. "The ones whose souls he's taken? If we succeed," Michael's voice carried desperate hope, "we'll free them all. But first," he turned to Alexander, "you need to understand exactly what it means that nature chose your face to mirror his." "The dreams aren't just dreams," Elijah explained, his voice carefully measured. "When you see through his eyes, experience that vastness in the shadows, you're feeling echoes of his true nature. Nature tried to create a counterweight," Michael continued, studying Alexander's face intently. "Instead, it forged a connection we can use," Elijah added, "combined with the Bennett witch's power and the other doppelganger's blood." "You want to use me as some kind of conduit," Alexander realized, his voice steady despite his obvious unease. "We want to turn his own ritual against him," Michael corrected. "Create a prison he cannot escape." "And what happens to my brother when you use this connection?" Damon demanded. Before either original could answer, every light in the boarding house extinguished simultaneously. In the perfect darkness, crimson light pulsed through the shadows like a heartbeat. "He knows," Bonnie whispered. "He's been watching us." "Yes," Elijah admitted quietly. The darkness felt wrong, deeper than natural shadow, as if the very absence of light had weight. When Elena tried to speak, the words seemed to stick in her throat, like the darkness itself was pressing against her voice. A A match flared in Damon's hand, the small flame casting twisted shadows that moved independently of its light. In that brief illumination, Elena saw something that made her blood freeze. Alexander's reflection in the window wasn't moving with him. It was watching them, eyes completely black, a smile that didn't belong on her friend's face. "Don't look at the reflections," Elijah commanded sharply, his usual composure cracking. "Don't acknowledge what you see in them." The match went out. Another struck, and Elena could have sworn the darkness retreated reluctantly, as if it were alive and unwilling to give up its hold. Michael's face looked haunted in the flickering light. "We need your answer," he pressed, his voice urgent. Before the match died again, but this time, no one moved to light another. In the perfect darkness, they could all see it now, crimson light pulsing through the shadows like veins in a vast, living thing. The walls themselves seemed to breathe. "The dreams," Alexander's voice sounded strange, distant. "They're not dreams anymore, are they? He's here, in my head, watching through my dash." "Don't." Elijah cut him off. "Don't complete that thought. Don't give him purchase in your mind." Something moved in the corner, a shadow darker than the darkness around it. When Bonnie's witch light finally flared to life, the room looked normal again, but everyone had seen it. Everyone had felt it. "We'll help you," Elena said, her voice stronger than she felt. "We don't have a choice anymore, do we?" The shadows pulsed once, almost like laughter. "No," Michael agreed grimly. "You don't." "I can't believe you ordered a salad," Elena said, stealing another fry from Alexander's plate. "Since when do you eat healthy?" "Since Stefan decided to be a bad influence," Alexander replied, pushing his plate closer to Elena. "Apparently, brooding requires a proper diet." "I don't brood," Stefan protested mildly. "I reflect." "Oh, is that what we're calling it now?" Elena grinned. "All those times on the roof, staring dramatically into the distance." "That was one time," Stefan defended, though his lips twitched. "And I was watching for birds," Alexander suggested innocently. "Very brooding-worthy birds." The familiar banter felt good, normal, even if it was just for a moment. The Mystic Grill hummed with its usual Friday night energy, though something felt off about the crowd. "You know what we should do?" Elena suggested suddenly. "After all this is over, we should take that road trip we talked about. The three of us, maybe Caroline if she promises not to plan every second." "Bold of you to assume Caroline would let us go without her," Stefan smiled. "She'd probably have a color-coded itinerary ready before we finished asking. Remember when road trips just meant throwing some clothes in a bag and going?" Alexander mused. "No vampires, no doppelgangers, no." He gestured vaguely at everything. "No destiny." Elena supplied softly. "That too," Alexander agreed. "Just normal teenage stuff. Like trying to convince Damon that putting fireworks in Mr. Thompson's mailbox was a terrible idea." "Wait, that was you." Stefan turned to his younger brother. "He blamed me for that for months." Their laughter felt real, if a bit fragile. For a moment, they could almost pretend they were normal. Stefan and Elena, just a normal couple. Alexander, a typical annoying younger brother. Them having dinner together. That the shadows in the corners weren't moving strangely. That the restaurant hadn't been steadily emptying around them. "Matt's not here," Elena noted suddenly, the normalcy cracking slightly. "He always works Friday nights." "The bar's empty too," Stefan observed, his voice dropping lower. "When's the last time you saw anyone actually come in?" Alexander's smile faded as he scanned the restaurant. The few remaining patrons were leaving with strange synchronization, as if responding to some silent signal. "They're here, aren't they?" Elena asked quietly. Before either brother could respond, three figures appeared in the doorway. Two men and a woman, their stillness marking them as something other than human. They moved with fluid grace as they entered, like predators performing an ancient ceremony. "The doppelgangers," the woman spoke, her voice carrying strange reverence. "Our Lord will be pleased." She moved forward, her movements almost ceremonial, but suddenly stopped. Something passed over her face, recognition followed by pure, instinctive terror. The air seemed to ripple around Alexander, and for a heartbeat, they saw it. Where Alexander sat, another figure seemed to superimpose itself. Taller, darker, with eyes that held universes of shadow. The very air grew heavy, as if reality itself was straining under the weight of what it was trying to contain. "My lord," the woman gasped, dropping to her knees, her earlier composure shattering. We didn't—" "Marion," the male vampire grabbed her shoulder, shaking her. "Focus. Look again." She blinked, the terror slowly fading from her eyes as the vision passed. Alexander sat there, looking as confused as they felt, the otherworldly presence gone as quickly as it had appeared. "Forgive me," she managed, rising slowly. "For a moment, I thought." She studied Alexander more carefully now, her composure returning. The stories mentioned the resemblance, but experiencing it in person is unsettling. "The resemblance isn't why we are here," her companion reminded her firmly. "We have our orders. The doppelgangers must be collected." "Right." Marion straightened, though she still couldn't quite look directly at Alexander. "Come quietly, and no harm will come to anyone in this town." Stefan moved slightly, positioning himself between them and Elena. "That's not happening." The shadows in the corners of the grill seemed to deepen as the vampires spread out, their earlier reverence giving way to predatory focus. Yet something had changed, a new wariness in how they watched Alexander, as if afraid that ancient presence might surface again. "You don't understand what's at stake," Marion said, her voice steadying though her eyes kept darting to Alexander. "The king's ceremony requires dash. We know about the ceremony," Stefan cut in. "And we know what happens to the participants. Death is inevitable." The second male vampire spoke, his voice carrying an almost religious fervor. "But to die serving him, to have your essence become part of his glory." "Listen to yourself," Elena interjected. "You're talking about sacrifice like it's an honor." "Because it is," Marion whispered, something like longing in her voice. "You haven't seen him, haven't felt what it means to stand in his presence. The way the world itself bends around him." "Enough talk," the first vampire commanded. "They either come willingly or we take them. Those are our orders." They moved with supernatural speed, but Stefan was ready. He caught the first attack, his mind immediately pushing into the vampire's consciousness, an ability inherited from being Silas's shadow. The vampire screamed as ancient memories surfaced. Marion went for Elena, but Alexander intercepted her. As he moved, something strange happened. His movements carried an echo of that ancient presence they'd glimpsed before. Not the full, overwhelming force of it, but enough to make Marion falter. "How do you move like him?" she gasped, dodging a strike. "Those patterns, they're his. Exactly his." Alexander couldn't respond. His body seemed to be operating on instinct, remembering movements it had never learned. Each gesture carried the weight of centuries, as if something vast and ancient was teaching him to dance through combat. The third vampire circled warily, his eyes fixed on Alexander. "It's not just the face," he muttered. "Nature didn't just copy his appearance. It truly tried to replicate everything." Stefan had the first vampire pinned, his mental abilities forcing the attacker to relive every death he'd ever caused. But Marion was proving more difficult, centuries old and driven by fanatical devotion. "You fight like him," she breathed, narrowly avoiding Alexander's strike. But without his certainty, she moved suddenly, faster than before. Purpose. Her hand caught Alexander's throat, but the moment she touched him, something happened. The air rippled again, and this time the vision was stronger. For a heartbeat, everyone in the grill saw it. A vast darkness spreading for where Alexander stood, shadows taking the shape of something that shouldn't exist. Marion recoiled as if burned. "The mark," she gasped. "For a moment, I felt it." "Impossible," the third vampire snarled, though he kept his distance. "The mark is his alone. This is just nature's failed attempt at dash he never finished." Stefan, having dealt with his first opponent, struck from behind. But even as they fought, his eyes kept darting to his younger brother. Alexander's movements had changed, become more fluid, more certain, as if remembering something written in his very blood. "You can feel it, can't you?" Marion asked, her voice almost gentle now, despite the surrounding violence. What you really are. What nature tried to make you become. I'm not him, Alexander growled, but his voice carried echoes of something older. No, she agreed, a strange smile crossing her face. You're his shadow, his echo, and even that. She laughed suddenly, the sound holding an edge of hysteria. Even that is enough to make the darkness tremble. Elena watched from behind an overturned table as the fight continued. The third vampire had Stefan pressed against the bar, but her boyfriend's eyes were glowing with ancient power, Silas's legacy manifesting in ways she'd never seen before. You know what the funny thing is? Marion spoke, circling Alexander with newfound confidence. He told us to expect this, to expect moments where you'd move like him, speak like him, but I still can't fathom it. She gestured to the shadows that had begun gathering around Alexander, moving in patterns that hurt to look at. Can't fathom what? Alexander demanded, though something in his voice had changed, deepened, carrying weight that wasn't his own. The feel of it, she whispered. Standing near you is like standing at the edge of an abyss. Not as deep as his, but the third vampire suddenly screamed as Stefan's mental assault broke through his defenses. He collapsed, blood trickling from his eyes, leaving only Marion. You should be honored, she said, backing away slowly. To wear his face, to carry even an echo of his power. Do you know how many would kill for such a privilege? Is that what you think this is? Alexander's laugh held no humor. A privilege. What else could it be? Marion's eyes shone with fervor. To be nature's attempt at balancing it. To be chosen for such a purpose. Chosen. The word seemed to trigger something. The shadows around Alexander pulsed, and for a moment, his eyes turned completely black. Like how he chose his siblings' souls. Like how he's choosing us for his ceremony. The temperature in the grill dropped suddenly, and Elena could have sworn she saw crimson light pulsing through the shadows like veins. Marion's expression shifted from reverence to genuine fear. He's watching through you right now, isn't he? That's his power I'm feeling. But that was only for a moment, as something deep within her beckoned her to see past her fear. She shook her head as she muttered, No, he's just an echo, that's all. Nothing more to it. She immediately then moved with centuries of experience, too fast for Alexander to counter. Her hand wrapped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Stefan tried to intervene, but the third vampire, having recovered, caught him, slamming him against the bar with bone-crushing force. The king will understand if you arrive slightly damaged, she smiled coldly at Alexander. After all, what's dashed, the front doors of the Mystic Grill disintegrated. The sound was like thunder in an enclosed space, making everyone, even Marion, flinch. Through the cloud of pulverized wood and glass stepped Elijah, and Elena felt her breath catch. There was nothing of the diplomatic original they'd dealt with before. This was something else, ancient and lethal, moving with the kind of grace that made predators look clumsy. His presence filled the room like a physical force, making the air itself feel heavier. I'd strongly advise, he said, his voice so perfectly controlled it was terrifying, that you release my friend. Marion's grip on Alexander loosened, but her eyes widened with recognition. Prince Elijah, she breathed, a mixture of awe and confusion crossing her face. You would stand against your own brother? Against the king himself? My brother. Elijah's voice carried centuries of weight, ceased to be himself long ago. The third vampire found his voice, though it trembled. But your nobility, vampire royalty. How can you betray everything he built? The empire he created for our kind. Empire. Elijah's laugh held no humor. Is that what you call this? Blind devotion to something that collects souls like trinkets. He elevated us. Marion protested, her fanaticism overriding her fear. Made us more than mere monsters. You, his own brother, should understand better than any dash she never finished. Elijah moved with speed that made vampire abilities look human. His hand burst through her chest, gripping her heart. It wasn't just violence. It was art, terrible and precise. What I understand, he said softly, his refined voice making his words more terrifying, is that you serve something that wears my brother's face. Something that has twisted everything we were meant to be. The third vampire stumbled back. Please, my prince. We were only following orders. Elijah's smile was beautiful and horrible as he crushed Marion's heart. Yes, the eternal excuse of those who choose not to think for themselves. The vampire's head left his shoulders before he could take another step. The motion was so quick, so elegant, that it took several seconds for his body to realize it was dead. Elena found herself pressing against the wall, her heart hammering. She'd seen vampire speed before, seen strength and power, but this was different. This was seeing why originals were feared not just for their immortality, but for what centuries of perfecting violence could create. Are you all right? Elijah asked, his voice returning to its usual cultured tones as he produced a handkerchief from his pocket. The contrast between his savage efficiency and his perfect manners somehow made him more terrifying, not less. Stefan managed a nod, helping Elena stand on shaking legs. Even he, another vampire, looked pale at the display of power they'd just witnessed. We should leave, Elijah stated, adjusting his already immaculate cuffs. Now, none of them argued. You didn't argue with something that could end you before you finished forming the thought. Okay, what the hell was that? Damon demanded, pacing behind his drink cart. You're telling me, 1 minute we're dealing with fanatic vampires, the next, Elijah is doing his Terminator impression and just leaves? He said he had preparations to make, Stefan replied, though his own unease was evident in his restless movements around the boarding house living room. Right, because that's not ominous at all. Damon poured himself another bourbon. The noble original, who apparently moonlights as vampire royalty, just happens to save you and disappears with some cryptic message about preparations. Elena sat huddled on the couch, her mind still replaying the violence at the grill. Did you see how they looked at him? Not just fear, but reverence, even while he was killing them. Prince Elijah, Alexander quoted softly from his position by the window. He hadn't moved since they arrived, his eyes fixed on the shadows that seemed to dance more deliberately now. That's what they called him. Wonder what other titles we don't know about. Speaking of things we don't know, Stefan turned to Elena. Wasn't Bonnie supposed to meet us here? After talking to her ancestors? Knowing Judgy, she's probably arguing with 100 dead witches about proper ghost etiquette, Damon smirked. But his attempt at humor fell flat as Bonnie entered the room. She carried a grimoire that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, its pages emanating an energy that made everyone's supernatural senses tingle. My ancestors agreed to help, Bonnie announced, her expression grim but determined. But they have conditions. Of course they do, Damon drawled, downing his bourbon. Let me guess, they want us to dance naked under the full moon while chanting their names backwards? They want to show us what we're really up against, Bonnie shot back, setting up candles around the room. Not just stories or secondhand accounts. They want us to see him, to understand exactly what kind of power we're dealing with. Because that worked out so well for Catherine, Stefan said quietly. Have you seen what just remembering him does to her? That's why we need both her and Alexander, Bonnie explained, her hands steady as she arranged the grimoire. Nature created Alexander as his echo, his shadow. That makes him a sort of blind spot in Vala's defenses. The mark can't fully detect magic worked through him. And you need me because... Catherine's voice drifted from the doorway, making Elena jump. She looked better than she had in the tomb, though fear still lingered in her eyes. Because you have the strongest emotional connection to him, Bonnie replied. You carry his mark, his power. You've experienced what he truly is firsthand. Catherine's laugh was sharp, brittle. Oh, is that what you think? That I have some special insight? Honey, I spent 500 years thinking I was clever, thinking I was running. You know the story of Sun Wukong? The monkey king who thought he could escape Buddha's palm, jumping and leaping, crossing what he thought were worlds, only to find he never left Buddha's hand. Her smile was bitter. That's what it's like with him. No matter how far you run, how clever you think you are, you're just dancing in his palm. And yet here you are, Bonnie challenged, willing to help Elijah oppose him. Oppose him? Catherine's eyes widened with genuine disbelief. Is that what you think we're doing? That anyone can truly? She shook her head. You still don't understand what he is. Then help us understand. Elena spoke up. If we're really as blind as you say, then show us. Catherine's hand went to the scar on her neck. The mark he'd left that still pulsed with crimson energy. You want to see? Fine. But remember this moment. Remember that I warned you what happens to those who try to peek behind the curtain without his permission. Alexander finally moved from the window, though his steps were hesitant. And what exactly am I supposed to do? Just stand there being his echo? Just be, Bonnie replied simply, her hands steady as she arranged the herbs. Your presence alone will be enough. The shadows in the corners seemed to pulse as silence fell over the room. Everyone felt the weight of what they were considering, trying to witness power that even nature itself had failed to fully replicate. Fine, Catherine finally said, moving to sit in the circle Bonnie had created. But when this goes horribly wrong, and it will, just remember, like Sun Wukong, you asked for this enlightenment. Fine, Catherine said, moving to sit in the circle Bonnie had created. But when this goes horribly wrong, and it will, just remember, like Sun Wukong, you asked for this enlightenment. Bonnie began arranging the candles in a specific pattern, her movements precise. The grimoire's pages turned on their own, settling on text that seemed to writhe on the page. Everyone else needs to stay back, she warned, looking at Elena, Stefan, and Damon. What we're about to do, it's not meant for direct observation. You'll see what we see, but through a kind of filter. Otherwise our minds might break, trying to comprehend it directly, Stefan finished grimly. Like looking at the sun through water instead of staring straight at it. Poetic, Damon muttered, but he moved back, pulling Elena with him. Just try not to turn anyone's brain to soup, judgy. Bonnie took Alexander's and Catherine's hands, completing the circle. The candles ignited without being lit, their flames burning an unnatural blue. The shadows in the room began to move with purpose, gathering around them like curious spectators. Whatever you see, Bonnie warned, her voice taking on an otherworldly echo as her ancestors' power flowed through her. Don't let go. Don't try to look away. And most importantly, she met Catherine's knowing gaze. Don't try to hide from it. The room began to fade around them, reality peeling away like layers of old paint. Through Catherine's connection and Alexander's nature as a blind spot, they began to fall into memories that weren't their own, glimpses of power that nature itself had failed to contain. The world dissolved into darkness, then reformed into something else entirely. They found themselves standing in what appeared to be an ancient forest, but something was wrong with the scene, as if reality itself didn't quite fit properly here. England, 1492. Catherine's voice echoed strangely in this memory space. The first time I truly understood what he was. Through the trees, they saw a younger Catherine running, her period dress torn, her breathing frantic. But she wasn't running from something, she was running toward something. Screams echoed through the forest, drawing her forward like a moth to flame. I thought I was being clever, present Catherine narrated, her voice bitter. Following the chaos, thinking I could learn about my pursuers. I didn't understand I was being led. The scene shifted as memory Catherine reached a clearing. What they saw there made Elena grab Stefan's arm, made Damon take an involuntary step back. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, but they weren't dead. Not exactly. They were empty, their eyes staring at nothing, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Standing among them was a figure that seemed to bend reality around itself. Don't look directly at him, Catherine warned sharply. Even through time, even through Alexander's protection, you're not ready for that yet. Watch what he does. That's important enough. The scene expanded beyond memory Catherine's perspective, showing them things she never saw. In the trees surrounding the clearing, shadows moved with purpose. Not just darkness, but something alive, something hunting. Witches lay hidden in those shadows, their hands weaving spells meant to trap and bind. I didn't know about them then, present Catherine whispered. The Bennett coven that thought they could challenge him. I was just their unknowing bait. They watched as the witches began their spell, power building like a storm about to break. But something was wrong. The shadows around them weren't retreating from their light. They were gathering, watching, waiting. Memory Catherine stood frozen at the edge of the clearing as Valley turned to her. Even viewing him indirectly, through Alexander's protection and time's distance, His presence made reality feel thin, fragile. The witches thought they were so clever. Present Catherine's voice shook slightly. They didn't realize he'd been orchestrating everything for months. Every death, every coincidental meeting, every whispered rumor that led them there. The witches sprang their trap. Power erupted from the earth itself, binding circles appearing in blazing light. For a moment, it seemed to work. Then, "Don't look away," Catherine commanded as the scene began to shift. "You wanted to see his power? Watch what happens when someone truly angers him." The shadows didn't just move, they came alive. Not as simple darkness, but as something ancient and vast, wearing darkness like a cloak. The witches' binding circle shattered, but not from force. They simply ceased to exist, as if that part of reality had been selectively erased. "Look at the trees," Bonnie gasped, her grip on Alexander and Catherine tightening. The force around them was changing. Not dying, not burning, but transforming into something else. The trees twisted into impossible shapes, their branches reaching like grasping hands, their bark rippling like water. Nature itself seemed to recoil from what was happening in that clearing. Memory Catherine tried to run, but her legs wouldn't move. Not from magic or force, but from sheer instinctive terror. They watched as Valley turned to the hidden witches, and though they still couldn't look directly at him, they saw what happened next. The shadows reached for the witches, but they didn't just kill them. Each one's essence was slowly, methodically pulled apart. Not their bodies. Those remained intact, perfect even. But something else, something fundamental, was being systematically dismantled. He wasn't just killing them, Present Catherine explained, her voice hollow. He was making an example, making sure every witch on the other side would see exactly what happens when they try to bind something beyond their comprehension. "The trees," Alexander suddenly said, understanding dawning in his voice. "They're not just twisting, they're recording." He transformed them into witnesses. Indeed, the twisted trees had faces now, hundreds of them. The faces into them weren't just watching, they were screaming. Silent, endless screams carved into living wood, their features twisting in eternal agony. Each one captured a different moment of horror, a different aspect of what they were witnessing. He wanted them to see, Catherine whispered, her voice cracking. Not just the witches there, but every spirit, every being that might ever think to challenge him. Look at what he's doing to the world itself. The air had begun to bleed. Not blood, but something more fundamental. As if the basic fabric of existence was tearing open. Through these wounds, they caught glimpses of things that shouldn't exist, realms of pure darkness where abstract concepts took physical form, places where physics broke down into screaming chaos. Memory Catherine had fallen to her knees, blood trickling from her eyes as her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. But Present Catherine forced them to keep watching. "See how the shadows move?" She pointed with a trembling hand. "They're not just darkness. They're pieces of something vast that he's letting slip through." The shadows had indeed changed. They writhed across the ground like living things, but wrong. Geometrically impossible shapes that hurt to look at, patterns that suggested something massive was pushing against reality from outside. The witches weren't dying anymore. Death would have been mercy. Instead, they hung suspended in the air, their bodies intact, but their souls. Their souls were being systematically unraveled. Each thread of their essence pulled apart with surgical precision, examined. And then, he's not destroying them, Bonnie realized, horror creeping into her voice. He's studying them, learning how they're put together so he can do it better next time, Catherine finished. Everything is a lesson to him. Every death, every soul, every moment of terror. Just another experiment in understanding the architecture of existence itself. The faces in the trees kept screaming their silent screams. And now they could see that the faces weren't just recordings. They were prisons. Each one held a piece of a soul, trapped in eternal witness, forced to experience this moment forever. The scene shifted, reality bending as Valley turned his attention back to Memory Catherine. The air itself seemed to crystallize around her, trapping her in a moment of perfect, pristine terror. "This is where he marked me." Present Catherine's voice shook. But watch carefully. Watch what happens to time itself. They saw it then, how the moments stretched, how seconds became hours, became eternities. Memory Catherine's scream hung in the air, drawn out, so long it became almost musical. But the horror wasn't in the duration, it was in the precision. He didn't just mark me, Catherine explained, her hand going to her scar. He wrote something into my very essence. Look at how reality fragments. The air around Memory Catherine cracked like glass, showing glimpses of other moments, past, future possibilities. Through these cracks, they saw hundreds of Katrinas, each one running, each one thinking they were free, each one perfectly positioned exactly where he wanted them. The mark isn't just a brand, Bonnie whispered, her witch's senses overwhelmed. It's a revelation, a set of revelations that show all the possible paths she can take, that he'll know exactly which taken no matter what. He has written it into the fundamental nature of the scene shattered. Another took its place, but this time it felt different, deeper, older. This wasn't Catherine's memory. The very act of witnessing it made the world look as if it was weeping. I don't know this one, Catherine whispered, her usual confidence cracking. This isn't something They stood in what had once been Constantinople, a city of impossible grandeur, where East met West in architecture that defied human limitation. But something was terribly wrong. The air itself burned with unnatural energy, and the sky wasn't just burning. It was being consumed by smokeless fire that took shapes that shouldn't exist. Geometries that made the mind recoil. Patterns that suggested something vast and ancient was pushing against the barriers of reality itself. Atop the highest tower stood Iblis, Satan himself, the fallen angel who had refused to bow to Adam. His true form was impossible to look at directly, a being of pure, smokeless fire that shifted between shapes that burned sight. Wings made of sin rather than simple matter spread across the burning sky, each feather a different kind of monstrosity. The deceiver, Bonnie breathed, ancestral knowledge flowing through her. The Lord of Jinn who thought he could turn the king's domain against him. They watched in horror as Satan's corrupted army swept through the streets. These weren't just soldiers, they were abominations. Mortals whose bodies had been twisted inside out, their organs replaced with burning light. Vampires driven mad by infernal power, their faces melting and reforming in endless cycles. Jinn who had forsaken their nature to become things that existed between moments of time. The city itself seemed to scream as they passed, reality bending and breaking under their corrupt touch. Buildings bled actual blood, streets twisted into Mobius strips, and the air itself began to crystallize into shapes that suggested meanings too horrible to comprehend. Then they saw him, his face enraged, yet cold, full of majesty and grandeur. Valid formed a specific hand sign, his voice carrying across the burning city like thunder. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The shadows around him didn't just move, they transformed. Reality folded inward, creating a structure that shouldn't exist. A shrine made of darkness and crimson light began to spread across the city. Its architecture an impossible marriage of beauty and horror. Pillars of shadow rose like teeth from the earth, each one carved with faces frozen in eternal screams. Iblis's laughter echoed across the city, a sound that made blood crystallize and souls shudder. You think your parlor tricks can match my power? His voice distorted the world itself, each word burning. I, who refused to obey the will of God. I, who he never finished. The shrine's expansion wasn't just destruction. It was methodical annihilation. Buildings, people, the very ground itself. All of it was systematically dissected by blades of shadow that cut through dimensions themselves. The screams weren't just sounds. They were concepts given voice, each one perfectly preserved in the endless archive of horror that the shrine represented. Look at the precision, Alexander noted, his voice clinical despite the overwhelming terror around them. The shrine isn't touching any of the originals as they flee. Perfect control, even while he unmakes an entire city. I doubt he even needs to do anything to start this. It all feels like a show. They watched as Satan's army try to fight back. Jinn unleashed their smokeless fire. Corrupted vampires threw themselves at the advancing shadows. Mortal wizards attempted spells of binding and banishment. But the shrine didn't just destroy them. It analyzed them, cataloged them, added their essence to its ever-growing collection of perfect moments of horror. Satan himself tried to escape, his form shifting between 1,000 terrible shapes, each one more impossible than the last. His wings of sinful flames burned against the encroaching darkness, but even he couldn't escape the shrine's inexorable advance. The fallen angel's wings burned against the shrine's advance. The city shook as Satan's power clashed with the shrine's shadows, buildings crumbling under the force of their battle. Satan screamed, one of genuine pain, as the shrine's blades caught him. The shadows cut through his smokeless fire like it was paper, methodically dissecting his power. With a final explosion of infernal energy that leveled what remained of the surrounding district, Satan tore free. His form was wounded, parts of his fire dimmed to barely flickering embers, but he escaped. The cost was visible. Where once he had been pure majesty and terror, now his flames sputtered like a damaged torch, parts of his power simply gone. The vision shifted again, reality reassembling itself around them. They were back in the Salvatore boarding house, but something had changed. The shadows in the room moved differently now, as if they'd learned to watch more carefully. Catherine was shaking, blood trickling from her nose. "Now you understand," she whispered. "Why running was pointless. Why fighting is impossible," Elena suggested, her voice trembling. "No, Caterina Lafhaloli. Nothing so simple as impossible. What we just saw, that wasn't even him truly trying. That was him putting on a show. A show." Damon's usual sarcasm had completely vanished. He unmade an entire city. He made Satan himself retreat. And he did it with style. Catherine's smile was bitter. Perfect precision, beautiful devastation. Because that's what he does. Turn destruction into art. Makes horror into something elegant. Alexander hadn't moved from the circle, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. "The shrine," he said quietly. "It wasn't just destruction. It was analysis. Every death, every moment of terror, perfectly preserved and studied. Like a scientist examining specimens," Stefan realized. "But on a scale that shouldn't be possible," Bonnie finished, her voice shaking as her ancestors' power faded. The amount of control required to create something like that, to maintain it while fighting, and that was centuries ago, Catherine added. "Imagine what he can do now." The shadows in the room seemed to pulse in agreement, and suddenly everyone was very aware of how exposed they felt. Even through Alexander's protection, even through time's distance, they'd glimpsed something beyond comprehension. "Still think Elijah's plan will work?" Catherine asked softly. "Still think you could trap something that treats reality itself, like clay to be molded?" Before anyone could respond, every light in the boarding house exploded simultaneously. In the perfect darkness that followed, they all saw it. Crimson light pulsing through the shadows like veins in a vast, living thing. "He knows," Bonnie whispered. "He knows we looked." Catherine's laugh held an edge of hysteria. "Of course he knows. He probably wanted us to see." Another perfect lesson in futility. Another masterpiece of despair. "Then why?" Elena started, but Catherine cut her off. "Why show us? Why let us witness?" Her smile was terrible in the darkness. "Because that's what he does. He shows you exactly what he is, exactly what he's capable of, and then..." She touched her scar, which now pulsed with crimson light. "He lets you live with that knowledge." The shadows began to retreat, leaving them in normal darkness, but everyone knew something had changed. They'd looked behind the curtain, seen power that shouldn't exist, and now they had to live with that understanding. "We should," Stefan began, but stopped as Alexander suddenly gasped. The youngest Salvatore was staring at his reflection in the window, but it wasn't moving with him. Instead, it watched them with black eyes and a smile that didn't belong on Alexander's face. "He's here," Catherine whispered, curling it on herself. "He's been here all along, watching through his echo, through his perfect mirror." The reflection's smile widened, and suddenly every reflective surface in the room showed the same thing. Alexander's face with those terrible black eyes, watching them with patient amusement as the walls themselves began to bleed. Run, Catherine suggested softly. Or don't. In the end, it won't matter. Like Sun Wukong, we're all just dancing as Palm. The bleeding walls weren't the worst part. It was how methodically the blood flowed, each droplet falling with perfect precision, forming patterns that suggested meaning just beyond comprehension. Don't look at the patterns, Catherine warned sharply, her eyes fixed firmly on the floor. That's how he gets in, through meaning itself. But Alexander couldn't look away from his reflection, or rather, the thing wearing his face in every reflective surface. The black eyes seemed to hold entire universes of darkness, and the smile. Brother, Stefan moved toward him slowly, step away from the window. I can't, Alexander whispered. He's showing me something. Through the reflections, The bleeding walls began to pulse in rhythm with Catherine's scar, crimson light spreading through the boarding house like veins in a living thing. Every shadow gained depth, suggesting spaces that shouldn't exist. Bonnie, Elena's voice shook slightly. Can you no? Bonnie cut her off, her witch's senses overwhelmed. My magic. It's like the whole room is holding its breath. Like the world itself is waiting for something. Damon moved to pour another drink, but the bourbon in his glass had turned to something darker, thicker, something that moved with purpose. Okay, he set the glass down carefully. New rule. Nothing liquid is safe right now. Nothing is safe right now, Catherine corrected softly. Her hand hadn't left her scar, which pulsed brighter with each passing moment. He's not just watching anymore. She never finished. Every reflection in the room. Windows, mirrors, even the surface of Damon's abandoned bourbon suddenly showed the same scene. A vast chamber carved from living shadow, its architecture part beautiful, part horrifying. Pillars rose like teeth from the ground, each one carved with faces frozen in eternal screams. And, suspended in the center. No, Catherine breathed, genuine terror cracking her voice. No, he can't be showing us. But he was. Through every reflection, they saw them. Rebecca, who they recognized and who they, save Catherine, assumed were Cole, Klaus, alongside others they didn't recognize, all perfectly preserving crystalline cases that pulsed with crimson light. The collection, Bonnie realized, her ancestral knowledge, providing context she wished she didn't have. He's showing us where he keeps their souls, Stefan finished grimly. What Elijah and Michael told us about. But something was wrong with the scene. The preservation wasn't cruel or torturous. It was careful, loving almost. Each crystal case was a work of art, designed to complement its occupant perfectly. Look at their faces, Elena whispered. They're not in pain. They're at peace, Alexander said quietly, understanding dawning in his voice. They're not prisoners. They are protected, preserved. Catherine's laugh held an edge of madness. Of course they are. That's what he does. Takes what he loves and makes it eternal. Perfect, unchanging. The reflections rippled, showing them more of the vast chamber. Each crystalline case was a masterpiece of preservation, the souls within suspended in moments of perfect contentment or despair, depending on who they were to the king. He's showing us what we could be, Catherine whispered, her voice carrying a strange longing. What it means to be part of his collection. Through the mirrors, they saw Rebecca dancing in endless summer, her face radiant with joy. Cole surrounded by magical knowledge he'd always craved, his essence finally whole again. Klaus creating art with Aurora at his side, their love frozen in eternal perfection. This isn't torture, Bonnie realized, her witch's senses overwhelmed by the beauty of it. This is salvation, Alexander finished softly. His reflection smiled wider, those black eyes holding promises of peace. He's offering us. The bleeding walls formed new patterns, showing them glimpses of what could be. Elena eternally young, forever with Stefan, never having to worry about once more losing those she loves. Bonnie with power beyond imagining. Her magic unfettered by nature's laws, Stefan finally at peace with his nature. His Ripper side transformed into Art Damon, finding the acceptance he'd always craved. Alexander feeling himself worth something, not as but an echo of someone else, but his own person. Stop. Elena tried to look away, but the visions were everywhere. This isn't real. It can't be, but it is. Catherine's voice held wonder now, her earlier fear transforming into something else. Don't you see? He doesn't want to destroy us. He wants to perfect us. The shadows moved closer, gentle now, almost caressing. The crimson light pulsed with warmth rather than menace. Through Alexander's reflection, that layered voice spoke again. Why fight what you already know is true? Why resist perfection? Look at them. Look at how peaceful they are in my care. He's lying, Bonnie tried to assert, but her voice wavered. This has to be a trick. Catherine laughed softly. No, this is the truth. He doesn't need to lie to us. We are already exactly where he wants us to be. The bleeding walls formed new patterns, each one showing them their deepest desires made real. The shadows danced with promise, offering peace, offering belonging. All you have to do, Alexander's reflection smiled gently, is let go. Let me in. Let me make you perfect. The room seemed to hold its breath, reality itself waiting for their answer. The choice hung before them. Resistance with all its pain and uncertainty, or perfect, eternal peace in his collection. The moment stretched when suddenly the boarding house doors burst open. Elijah and Michael's entrance shattered the seductive spell, the bleeding walls retreating like startled animals. Step away from the reflections, Elijah commanded, his voice carrying ancient authority. Now, but Alexander remained transfixed, his eyes locked with his reflection's black gaze. You don't understand, he whispered. He's showing us the truth. About peace, about perfection. That's not truth, Michael growled, moving forward with predatory grace. That's his oldest trick, offering exactly what you desire most, making damnation look like salvation. The reflections rippled. The peaceful visions tried to maintain their hold, but Elijah's presence seemed to disrupt their power. The shadows retreated further, though the crimson light still pulsed faintly through the room. Look at how peaceful they are, Alexander insisted, gesturing to the fading images of the collection. Rebecca, Cole, Klaus, they're not suffering. They're preserved, Elijah finished coldly, like butterflies pinned to a board. Perfect, beautiful, and utterly devoid of free will. Catherine laughed suddenly, the sound sharp with hysteria. Free will? Is that what you think we have now? Dancing to his tune, playing our parts in his grand design. There's a difference, Michael stated firmly, though something in his voice wavered, between playing a part and being frozen, trapped in a moment of false joy. The reflection wearing Alexander's face smiled wider, and when it spoke, the voice carried echoes of ancient patience. False joy. Father, tell me, what makes their peace false? Because they chose to let go of pain? Because they accepted perfection instead of clinging to the illusion of freedom? Elijah moved with supernatural speed, placing himself between Alexander and the window. Enough, he commanded. You've shown them enough. The bleeding walls had almost completely receded, but the crimson light remained, pulsing gently like a lullaby. Through every remaining reflection, they could still see glimpses of that vast chamber, of souls suspended in eternal bliss. Have I? Alexander's reflection asked softly, or have I merely shown them what you fear they'll understand? That resistance isn't noble, it's merely unnecessary. Brother, Stefan grabbed Alexander's shoulders, forcing him to look away from the windows. Whatever he's showing you, whatever peace he's offering, it's not worth the price. Isn't it? Catherine's voice was dreamy now, her hand still pressed to her pulsing scar. To never feel pain again, to be perfectly preserved in your highest moment of joy. That's not life, Elena insisted, though her own voice shook. That's death made beautiful. Perhaps, the reflection conceded, its smile gentle now, almost loving. But isn't that better than ugly, painful life? Asked Katerina. She spent centuries running, fighting, surviving. Wouldn't peace be sweeter? Michael suddenly roared, the sound more primal than human, and smashed the nearest mirror. The reflection simply appeared in the fragments, multiplied now, showing them the collection from dozens of angles. You think breaking mirrors will stop him from showing us truth? Catherine laughed. He's everywhere. In every reflection, every shadow, every moment of doubt. Bonnie, Elijah's voice cut through the growing hysteria. Spell. Now. Bonnie's hands shook as she began to chant, ancestral power flowing through her. The shadows resisted at first, but gradually began to retreat. The crimson light pulsed once more, almost regretfully, before fading. The reflections returned to normal, though Alexander's eyes remained fixed on where the visions had been. The bleeding walls dried, leaving no trace of their impossible patterns. Well, Damon broke the heavy silence, his voice strained. That was enlightening. Anyone else need a drink? A real one this time, but no one moved. They all felt it, the weight of what they'd seen, of what they'd been offered. Perfect peace, eternal joy, the end of all pain and uncertainty. It would have been so easy, Alexander whispered, to just let go. That's why we have to be stronger, Elijah stated firmly, though his own gaze lingered on where the visions had shown his siblings at peace. Because he knows exactly what we want most. And he can give it to us, Catherine added softly. That's the real horror, isn't it? That everything he offers is real. That peace is possible if we just... Stop, Michael commanded, but his voice lacked its usual force. This is exactly what he wants, to make us doubt, to make us long for. He couldn't finish. They all understood too well now. The true danger wasn't in fighting his power. It was in wanting what he offered, in knowing that peace was possible if they just stopped resisting. The night pressed closer around the boarding house, and somewhere in the darkness, the architect of their temptation smiled, knowing that seeds of longing had been planted, seeds that would grow into the sweetest kind of surrender. Rose Cottage sat isolated on the outskirts of Mystic Falls, its ancient walls housing generations of Bennett witches. Bonnie stood in her grandmother's former workroom, surrounded by grimoires that seemed to pulse with warning. You shouldn't have looked, her ancestor's voice echoed through the candlelit space. Some knowledge comes with a price. We had to understand what we're dealing with, Bonnie argued, though her hands shook as she arranged herbs for the protection spell. What we are fighting against. Fighting. The spirit's laugh was bitter. Child, he showed you his collection. His perfect, peaceful collection. Did you see any fighting there? Before Bonnie could respond, every candle in the room flickered simultaneously. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, suggesting spaces that shouldn't exist. He's watching, another ancestor whispered. Always watching. Through every shadow, every reflection. Then help me, Bonnie demanded. Help me protect us from protect? The first spirit's voice carried centuries of resignation. You still don't understand. What you saw in those reflections, that wasn't a threat. It was an invitation. The shadows pulsed gently, almost lovingly, and for a moment Bonnie caught glimpses of what she could become. Power beyond imagination, magic unfettered by nature's laws. Stop, she commanded, but her voice wavered. I won't let him let him. A third ancestor appeared, her form more solid than the others. Oh, sweet child, he doesn't need permission. He already has what he wants. You're longing for what he showed you. The candles burned blue suddenly, and every grimoire in the room opened to pages that seemed to write themselves. The shadows danced with promise, offering knowledge, offering power. Remember, the first spirit warned as they began to fade. Some prices are paid not in blood or pain, but in the slow surrender of resistance, in the gradual acceptance that peace might be sweeter than freedom. Your ancestors are wise. A voice spoke from every shadow simultaneously. It was Alexander's voice, but layered with something ancient and vast. They understand that resistance only delays the inevitable. The grimoires continued writing themselves as he spoke, their pages filling with knowledge that shouldn't exist. But it wasn't threatening or dark. Each revelation was presented like a gift, a gentle offering of understanding. Bonnie tried to look away from the writing pages, but the knowledge they offered was beautiful. Perfect spells, unlimited power, magic that could reshape reality itself. This isn't real, she whispered, though her hands reached for the nearest grimoire. You're trying to dash. To what? The shadows seemed to smile. To offer you everything you've ever wanted? To show you what true power feels like. The voice grew gentler. Look at what your magic could become, Bonnie Bennett. Look at how beautiful it could be. The grimoires showed her visions of possibility. Her power, unfettered by nature's laws, the ability to protect everyone she loved, magic that could heal any wound, prevent any loss, understanding that transcended mortal limits. Stop, she commanded, but her voice cracked. Why resist what feels right? The shadows moved closer, almost embracing. Your ancestors try to warn you, but not about me. About the futility of denying what you already know to be true. The candle's blue flames grew higher, and in their light, Bonnie saw something that made her heart stop. Her grandmother, not as a spirit, but perfectly preserved in one of those crystal cases. She looked peaceful, powerful, her magic restored to its full potential. She could be with you again, the voice offered softly. Not as a ghost, not as a memory, but as she truly was. Perfect, eternal, teaching you everything she never had the chance to share. Tears fell from Bonnie's eyes as she watched her grandmother smile in that perfect moment of preservation. This is cruel, she whispered. Cruel? The shadows seemed to pulse with genuine confusion. How is offering peace cruel? How is offering reunion with those you've lost anything but kindness? The grimoires kept writing, showing her exactly how it could be done. Spells that could restore, preserve, perfect. Magic that could make everything right. Bonnie's resistance wavered as she read the perfect spells, as she saw her grandmother's peaceful smile. I can't. Can't what? The voice was gentle now, understanding. Can't accept that there might be a better way? That fighting isn't always the answer? Look at the magic, Bonnie. Really look. Is any of it evil? Is any of it wrong? And that was the true horror. It wasn't. Every spell being written was pure, natural, perfect. This wasn't corruption or darkness. It was magic as it was meant to be, unfettered by artificial limits. Your grandmother understood. At the end, the voice continued softly. Why do you think she looks so peaceful? She saw the truth, that some kinds of surrender aren't defeat. They're transcendence. The shadows moved closer still, and Bonnie felt their gentle embrace. The magic they offered sang through her blood, calling to something deep and true within her. Just let go, the voice whispered, as kind as a lullaby. Let me show you what real magic feels like. Let me make you perfect. In that moment, surrounded by pure magic and the promise of her grandmother's return, Bonnie understood why Catherine had gone mad. Not from horror or fear, but from knowing that everything he offered was real. That peace was possible if she just... Bonnie! Elena's voice shattered the moment. She stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with concern. We've been looking everywhere for you. Are you? The shadows retreated reluctantly. The grimoires closed with their writings erased, and the candles returned to normal. But they didn't disappear completely. Instead, they lingered at the edges of the room, patient and watching. They pulsed gently as Elena rushed to Bonnie's side, stopping short at her friend's expression. You saw him too? Elena whispered. Everything, Bonnie answered, fingers still tracing the grimoire's spine. He showed me everything we could become. And my Grams, she's there, Elena. Not her spirit, but her. Preserved. Perfect. Happy. The shadows deepened, and every reflective surface showed new visions. Elena, eternally young, with Stefan beside her. No more fear of loss, no more impossible choices. Stop, Elena commanded, but her voice wavered as she watched herself in that moment of perfect contentment. Why should we? Bonnie asked, something different in her tone now. Look at what he's offering, Elena. Not just power, but peace. Real peace. The shadows moved closer, and the voice that spoke was gentle, understanding. One by one, I will show each of you the truth. Not through force, but through the simple reality of what could be. Elena tried to look away, but the visions were everywhere. In windows, mirrors, even the surface of Bonnie's tears. We need to go, Elena pleaded, reaching for a friend's hand. Before what? Bonnie asked softly. Before we understand too well. Bonnie, look at me. Elena grabbed her friend's shoulders, forcing their eyes to meet. This isn't you. The Bonnie I know doesn't give up, doesn't surrender, no matter how beautiful the cage might be. The shadows pulsed with displeasure, but Elena continued, her voice growing stronger. Your Grams didn't teach you magic so you could give it up for some perfect prison. She taught you to be strong, to fight for what's right. Something flickered in Bonnie's eyes, a spark of her old determination. He's showing us what we want to see, Elena pressed. Perfect little moments, frozen in time. But that's not life, Bonnie. That's not what your Grams would want for you. The shadows tried to deepen again, but Elena's words seemed to cut through their influence. My Grams. Bonnie's voice wavered, then strengthened. My Grams died protecting this town, protecting our free will. She wouldn't want. The grimoires tried to open again, but Bonnie slammed them shut with a surge of her own power. She wouldn't want me to surrender everything she fought for. The shadows retreated further as Bonnie stood straighter, her eyes clearing. No matter how beautiful the prison, she said firmly, it's still a prison. The voice tried one last time, still gentle, but now tinged with something else. Is peace really such a terrible price? As I said last time, peace without choice isn't peace, Elena answered. It's just a prettier kind of death. The shadows finally withdrew, though a whisper lingered. One by one, you will all understand. Some sooner, some later. As Elena and Bonnie left Rose Cottage, across town, Tyler Lockwood stood in his family's cellar, preparing for his first full moon. The chains felt heavy in his hands as he tested their strength, but something else felt heavier, the weight of watching eyes in every shadow. You don't have to go through this. A voice spoke from the darkness. There's another way. Tyler spun around, dropping the chains. The cellar's shadows seemed to deepen, suggesting spaces that shouldn't exist. Who's there? He demanded, though part of them already knew. They'd all heard Stefan and Elena's warnings, heard what happened at the boarding house. It was very unbelievable to him then, but right now, he isn't so sure anymore. The shadows moved with purpose now, showing him glimpses of possibility. Himself, at peace with his wolf nature. No more pain, no more monthly transformations. Just perfect harmony between man and beast. The curse doesn't have to be a curse, the voice offered gently. Look, every reflective surface in the cellar showed him the truth. Werewolves in his collection, their dual natures perfectly balanced. No more fighting against their nature, no more agonizing transformations. This is what you could be, the voice continued softly. What all of you could become. Perfect, peaceful, free from a moon's cruel demands. Tyler's hands shook as he watched wolves in crystal cases, their faces serene, their natures unified. This isn't real, he whispered. You're trying to dash to help. The shadows seemed to smile. To show you there's more than just endless pain? Look at them, Tyler Lockwood. Look at how peaceful they are. The shadows moved closer, showing Tyler more visions through every reflective surface. Water droplets, old mirrors, even the sheen of the chains he dropped. Mason, perfectly preserved, at peace with both sides of his nature. No more conflict, no more pain. Just perfect balance between man and wolf. Stop, Tyler commanded, but his voice cracked as he watched his uncle's serene expression. Why? The voice was gentle, understanding. Because it shows you what's possible, that the curse doesn't have to mean endless suffering. The cellar's shadows deepened further, and suddenly Tyler could see them all. Generations of Lockwoods, each one perfectly preserved in crystal cases. Not trapped or tormented, but harmonious. Their dual natures finally perfectly balanced. This is what you're meant to be, the voice continued softly. Not torn between two natures, but unified. Perfect. Complete. Tyler watched as the versions of himself and the reflections transformed, not with agony, but with grace. Man and wolf moving as one, neither fighting for control. The pain you're preparing for, the shadows seem to gesture toward the chains. It's unnecessary. All of it, the breaking bones, the tearing flesh, it's not meant to be this way. Then what is it meant to be? Tyler asked, his voice barely a whisper. The reflections shifted, showing him wolves who had accepted his offering. Their transformations become beautiful rather than agonizing. Their dual natures dancing rather than fighting. This is what you could become, the voice promised. What all of you could be if you just... Tyler, Caroline's voice cut through the visions. She stood at the cellar entrance, her eyes wide with concern. "What are you doing down here alone? The moon's rising soon." The shadows pulsed with annoyance at the interruption, but didn't retreat. Instead, they expanded, showing Caroline in the reflections too, her vampire nature perfectly controlled. No more bloodlust, no more struggle. "Look," the voice suggested softly. "Both of you could be free. The wolf and the vampire, perfectly preserved in their highest forms." Caroline moved closer, but stopped as she saw what Tyler was watching. The visions of peace, of perfect harmony with their supernatural natures. "Tyler," she started, but her voice wavered as she saw herself in the reflections, eternally young, beautiful, and completely at peace with what she'd become. "He's showing us the truth," Tyler whispered, not looking away from the visions. "About what we could be, about how it's supposed to feel." The shadows embraced them both now, gentle and understanding. Through every reflection, they saw themselves together. Vampire and werewolf. Their natures no longer at war, but in perfect harmony. "The curse that divides your kinds," the voice offered softly, "it's artificial, a limitation placed by those who feared true power. Look at how beautiful you could be together." But Caroline, remembering Elena's warnings, forced herself to look away. "Tyler, this isn't real. He's showing us what we want to see, but isn't it real?" The voice seemed to smile. "Ask Katerina. Ask any of them in my collection. The peace I offer is very real. The harmony is absolute." "At what price?" Caroline demanded, though her eyes kept drifting to the visions of herself, perfectly at peace with her vampire nature. "Price?" The shadows pulsed with gentle amusement. "Is peace such a terrible price? Is harmony such a dreadful cost?" Tyler reached toward the reflections, his hand trembling. "No more pain," he whispered. "No more fighting what we are. No more living either." Caroline grabbed his arm. "Tyler, look at me. Really look. What he's offering. It's beautiful, but it's not life. It's just a perfect moment, frozen forever." The shadows deepened again, but Caroline continued, her voice growing stronger. "We're supposed to struggle, to fight, to figure out who we are through all the mess and pain. That's what makes us us." Something flickered in Tyler's eyes, a spark of his old defiance. The reflections tried to hold his attention, showing more visions of peace, of harmony, but Caroline's words had struck home. "She speaks from fear," the voice suggested gently, "from the conditioning that makes you think struggle is necessary." "No," Caroline cut in. "I speak from choice, real choice, not the illusion of it in some perfect prison." The shadows retreated slightly, though they didn't disappear completely. The voice, when it spoke again, held a note of something almost like approval. "Interesting. Your bond is stronger than I expected. But remember, the reflections showed one final vision of them together, perfect and peaceful. This offer remains. When the pain becomes too much, when the fighting exhausts you, remember what awaits." As the shadows finally withdrew, Tyler sagged against Caroline. "Thank you," he whispered, "for not letting me." "That's what friends are for," she replied with a small smile. The bourbon in Damon's glass rippled, though nothing in the boarding house had moved. He'd been staring at it for hours, watching the liquid shift and change, remembering what they'd seen in those reflections. Drinking alone, his younger brother's voice, but wrong, layered with something ancient, came from every shadow in the room. How perfectly tragic. Damon didn't turn around. He'd been expecting this visit, ever since Bonnie and Elena had returned from Rose Cottage, since Tyler and Caroline had come back from the cellar. "Let me guess," Damon drawled, though his hand tightened on the glass. "You're here to show me my perfect possible future? Make me an offer I can't refuse." The shadows seemed to smile. Every reflective surface in the room, windows, mirrors, even his glass, showed him glimpses of what could be. Damon Salvatore, finally at peace. No fighting for scraps of affection, just acceptance. Pure, complete acceptance. "Isn't that what you've always wanted?" the voice asked gently. "To be chosen? To be enough?" "Not interested in playing games today," Damon said, but his eyes stayed fixed on the reflections. "Already seen your sales pitch with the others." "Have you?" The shadows moved closer, almost amused. Then you've seen that I offer exactly what each soul truly needs. And you, Damon Salvatore? The bourbon in his glass turned darker, showing him more visions. You need acceptance more than anyone. The reflections shifted, showing him moments he'd buried deep. Stefan looking at him with pure brotherhood, no judgment his father's pride, unmarred by disappointment, Elena's love, freely given, choosing him instead of Stefan his own nature, finally at peace with what he'd become. Stop, Damon commanded, but he couldn't look away. This isn't Dash real. The shadows seemed to laugh softly. Why? Because even though you probably can in fact make anything else real, such as making my parents alive again, my brother's proud of me, accepting, but there is one thing you can't. You can't make Elena mine, since she loves Stefan, and Stefan and Elena aren't the sharing kind. So if you want them, you can't have me. And if you have me, you can't have Stefan. The shadows stilled, and for the first time, almost genuine surprise seemed to ripple through them. When the voice spoke again, it carried something almost like respect. Very good, Damon Salvatore. You see the truth beneath the temptation, the flaw in the perfect possibility. The reflections shifted, showing the reality of the situation. Elena and Stefan together in crystal, their love preserved eternally, while Damon. So what's your real offer? Damon asked, finally turning to face the shadows directly. Now that we both know I've seen through the first one, the shadows moved closer, and suddenly every reflection showed something different. Damon not at peace, not accepted, but perfectly, beautifully broken. His pain preserved like a work of art. His darkness celebrated rather than changed. Sometimes, the voice was gentle now, almost admiring. The most precious pieces in a collection are the ones that remain shattered, the ones that reflect truth rather than peace. So that's the real game. Damon's laugh held no humor. You don't want to fix me. You want to preserve me exactly as I am. The beautiful disaster, the perfect tragedy. Look at yourself. The shadows seem to caress him now. Really look, isn't there something magnificent in your brokenness? Something pure in your pain? The reflections showed him a new truth, not peace, but perfect preservation of his darkness. His suffering elevated to art, his pain transformed into something eternal and beautiful. That's why you're showing me the game, Damon realized, his voice steady despite the revelations. Why you're letting me see the truth. You're far too smart to not be able to trick me. It's because my understanding, my pain, that's what you really want to preserve. Smart boy. The voice held genuine appreciation now. So few see it so clearly. The others need peace, need perfection. But you, the shadows, move closer. You're already perfect in your imperfection. The bourbon in his glass turned darker, showing him what he could become. Not changed or fixed, but crystallized in his most beautifully broken moment. A masterpiece of pain and understanding. And what makes you think, Damon asked softly, that I'd choose that kind of preservation over messy, painful freedom? The shadows pulsed with gentle amusement. Because you already know the truth, that someone who sees your darkness as beautiful is rarer than someone who tried to fix it. That being preserved in your perfect brokenness might be better than being forced to heal. The shadows moved closer, wrapping around Damon like a lover's embrace. Think about it. No more pretending to be better. No more failing to meet expectations. Just pure, perfect acknowledgement of what you are. A beautiful tragedy. Damon's voice was sharp, but his eyes remained fixed on the visions of himself, preserved in crystalline perfection. The masterpiece of my collection, the voice corrected gently. Not peaceful like the others, but exquisite in your pain. Perfect in your understanding. Every reflection showed him now, not changed or healed, but elevated. His darkness transformed into art, his suffering into something sublime. And what about Stefan? Damon asked, though he already knew the answer. What happens to my brother in this perfect arrangement? He finds peace with Elena. The shadows pulse softly. While you become something greater than peace. Something true. Damon stood silently for a long moment, watching himself in the reflections. Finally, he laughed. a sound that held both understanding and defiance. "Here's the thing," he said, turning to face the shadows directly. "You're right about everything. About Elena and Stefan, about my perfect brokenness, about how beautiful pain can be. But you forgot something crucial about me. And what's that?" The voice was curious now. "I'm a self-destructive brother," Damon smiled sharply. "The one who ruins perfect things. So thanks for the offer, but I think I'll keep my messy freedom. After all," he raised his glass and mocked toast. "What's the fun in being a perfect anything?" The shadows seemed to pause, considering. When the voice spoke again, it held something almost like delight. "Fascinating. You choose to remain as you are over perfection, purely because perfection itself offends you." "Not the worst reason I've had for making a choice," Damon shrugged, though his hand tightened on his glass. The shadows rippled with what might have been laughter. "Oh, Damon Salvatore, you continue to surprise. Even in rejection, you prove why you'd be the perfect centerpiece. Because I say no." Damon took another drink, but his eyes never left the shadows. "Because you understand, truly understand. The others reject peace out of principle, out of some noble idea of freedom. But you..." The reflections shifted, showing him in crystal again, beautiful in his defiance. "You reject it simply because it's perfect. There's a purity in that kind of suffering." "Sorry to disappoint." Damon's smile was sharp as broken glass. "But I'm not interested in being anyone's masterpiece. Even yours. For now." The shadows began to retreat, but their voice held absolute certainty. "But remember this moment, Damon. Remember that someone saw your darkness not as something to fix, but as something to preserve, to celebrate. Is that supposed to tempt me?" Damon asked, though something in his chest tightened at the words. "No." The voice was gentle now. "It's supposed to haunt you. Every time someone tries to fix you, every time they demand you be better. Remember that I would keep you exactly as you are. Perfect in your imperfection." The shadows withdrew completely, leaving Damon alone with his bourbon and his thoughts. But he knew this wasn't a simple temptation. This was something far more dangerous. Understanding, acceptance, appreciation of exactly what he was. "Are you satisfied?" Hadia's voice carried amusement as she entered their private chambers, playing with their hopes and fears. Valis stood by the window, his reflection showing black eyes that held universes of darkness. Beyond the glass, Mystic Falls glittered like fallen stars, unknowing of what approached. "Not playing, my love," he corrected softly. "Each temptation, each vision, they're all threads in a greater tapestry." Speaking of threads, Tadia moved to embrace him from behind, her smile reflected in the window. "We have Tom Avery secured. The second human doppelganger, pure and untouched by supernatural influence, just as you required." Vala's expression shifted subtly, something vast and ancient stirring behind his human features. The mark pulsed with crimson energy, casting their reflection in blood-red light. "Perfect," he breathed, his voice layered with power that made reality itself tremble. All the pieces, arranged across a millennium, finally in position. "Then it's time." Hadia's excitement was palpable, her arms tightening around him. "Yes." Vala's smile was terrible in its beauty as he gazed at the distant town. Time ahead to Mystic Falls. The morning dawned cold and clear over Mystic Falls, but something was wrong with the shadows. They moved differently, as if practicing for what was to come. Every reflective surface, windows, puddles, even the chrome of passing cars, seemed to hold its breath, waiting. At the boarding house, Elena found Stefan staring out the window, his expression troubled. "The birds are gone," he said without turning. "Every single one. They just left." Before she could respond, Catherine appeared, her usual smirk replaced by something closer to reverence. "They know what's coming," she whispered, her hand unconsciously touching the mark on her neck. "They can feel him approaching." "How long?" Elena asked, though part of her dreaded the answer. "Look at the shadows," Catherine replied softly. "Really look. See how they're moving? Like ripples spreading from a stone dropped in water. He's a stone in Mystic Falls." Her smile was terrible in its beauty. "We're about to feel the waves." Across town, Bonnie stood in her grandmother's workroom, watching as every grimoire suddenly opened, their pages turning by themselves. But instead of spells, they showed only one thing. The same scene repeated over and over. A vast procession approaching through darkness, led by a figure that bent the world around itself. Behind him walked others, some they knew, some they didn't, all preserved in perfect crystalline grace. The collection comes home, her ancestors whispered from shadows. The king returns to claim what's his. In the Lockwood cellar, Tyler and Caroline watched as every surface reflected the same vision. A procession cutting through impossible spaces, growing closer with each heartbeat. A howl pierced the air, ancient, knowing. The pack felt something beyond comprehension. At the grill, Matt tried to ignore the bottles, but their reflections betrayed him. Instead of his own face, he saw something vast and unstoppable approaching from the void. Beautiful, isn't it? Rose appeared beside him, her tone reverent, the return of the king. At the town's edge, where reality blurred, the procession moved through impossible corridors. Vala led them, the mark on his hand burning like a crimson star. Beside him, Tadia walked with deadly grace. The town square fell silent as reality itself seemed to pause. The shadows stretched unnaturally, forming paths through spaces that shouldn't exist, and through these impossible corridors they came. Behind them came what is called the collection, figures suspended in crystal cases that floated through the air, each one perfectly preserved in their moment of highest peace or most beautiful suffering. They're here, Catherine breathed, her scar pulsing in rhythm with the mark's light. She stood in the town square, the first to greet them, her eyes filled with something between terror and longing. At the boarding house, Elena gripped Stefan's hand as they watched through the windows. The procession moved like a dream, or perhaps a nightmare, through Mystic Falls streets, the world rippling around them like water. "Look," Stefan whispered, pointing to the crystal cases. "Is that Rebecca?" Elena finished softly. "And Cole, and Klaus." Each one perfectly preserved, their faces serene in their eternal moment. Through every window, every reflection, the town watched as the procession reached the square. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath as Vala stopped, his black eyes surveying what would soon be his. "Welcome home, my king," Catherine breathed, dropping to her knees. Her scar blazed brighter, matching the crimson pulse of his mark. From the shadows, Michael and Elijah emerged, their faces hard with determination and grief. The sight of their family in those crystal cases, preserved in perfect, eternal moments, only strengthened their resolve. "Release them," Michael commanded, though his voice wavered at the sight of Rebecca's peaceful smile, Klaus's serene expression. "In this madness, son." Madness? Vala's voice carried power that made the air itself shiver. "Is peace madness, father? Is perfection such a terrible fate?" "This isn't peace." Elijah stepped forward, his eyes fixed on his siblings' crystal prisons. "This is death. This is the end of everything we were meant to be." Tadia moved closer to Valley, her smile sharp with secrets they didn't understand. The crystal cases floated in perfect formation, each one a testament to what awaited those who accepted his offer. "You still don't understand." Vala's voice was almost gentle. "After all this time, you still think this is about control, about power." His eyes reflected the sun as he gazed at his father and brother. "This is about preservation, about making perfect what would otherwise decay. You've lost yourself." Michael's voice carried centuries of regret. "The mark has consumed you completely." "Lost?" Vala's laugh was soft, almost kind. "Look at them, father. Really look. Have you ever seen Niklaus so at peace? Rebecca so free from heartbreak? Cole finally whole?" The crystal cases drifted closer, allowing them to see every perfect detail. Klaus creating art with Aurora, their love frozen in its highest moment. Rebecca dancing through endless summer. Cole surrounded by the magic he'd always craved. "They're not suffering," Tadia added gently. "They're preserved in their most beautiful moments. Protected from all pain, all loss." "Protected?" Elijah's voice cracked slightly. "They're not even living, aren't they?" Valley moved forward, What is life but a series of moments? I've simply chosen their perfect ones to preserve. The mark pulsed, and every shadow and mystic falls deepened. Catherine remained kneeling, her scar glowing brighter as she watched her king claim his domain. You can't stop this, Vala continued softly. You never could. Everything, every plan, every resistance, every moment of defiance, it was all part of the design. Even your opposition served its purpose. Vala moved past Michael and Elijah as if they were merely shadows in his path, his attention fixing on Catherine's kneeling form. The mark pulsed with crimson light as he approached her. My Katerina, his voice was gentle, almost loving. 500 years of running, of thinking you were clever. And all along, you were exactly where I needed you to be. Catherine looked up, her scar blazing in rhythm with his mark. I understand now, she whispered. Every escape, every plan, they were all just steps in your dance. And you played your part beautifully. Valley reached down, his fingers brushing her scar. The perfect combination of defiance and understanding. Even your madness served its purpose. His eyes held something almost like tenderness as he continued. But you know what comes next, don't you? What your blood must do. Catherine's breath caught. The ritual, she whispered. I'm one of the doppelgangers you need. Yes, Vala confirmed softly. But death isn't the end, my Katerina. Not for you. Once the ritual is complete, I'll bring you back. And then, his smile was terrible in its beauty. Then you'll take your true place in my collection. Promise. Catherine's voice held centuries of longing. Promise you won't leave me in the dark. I promise. Vala's words carried power that made her shiver. Your death will be brief, your resurrection certain. And then, my beautiful, broken Katerina, you'll be preserved at my side. The shadows around them pulsed with approval as Catherine leaned into his touch. But their moment was interrupted by Elena's voice, sharp with horror from the boarding house steps. Stefan, she whispered, gripping his arm tighter. Alexander. They all turned to see the youngest Salvatore frozen in place, staring at his reflection in every window, every surface. Each one showing Vala's face with those terrible black eyes as all were pulled and appeared before the king, the vampire's blood calling to him. Ah, my little mirror, Vala's voice was almost gentle. Come to witness your original's return. Alexander couldn't move, couldn't speak, as reality itself seemed to bend around Vala's presence. The mark pulsed with crimson light, casting everything in blood-red shadows. The doppelgangers gather, Tadia observed with satisfaction. Elena, Catherine, Alexander, and Tom Avery. All the pieces exactly where they need to be. Elena's breath caught as she finally focused on Tadia, seeing her own face, their face, on the woman who stood beside Valley. Oh, Elena started, but Catherine cut her off, her voice carrying centuries of bitterness despite her reverent posture. That, Catherine said softly, is Tadia Petrova, the first of our line, the queen of vampires. Her lips twisted in a bitter smile. Vala's wife. Wife? Elena whispered, watching as Tadia moved with predatory elegance beside the king of vampires. The original doppelganger, Catherine continued, unable to hide her envy. While we're just copies, shadows of her face, she's the one he chose. The one he made eternal without needing to preserve her in crystal. Tadia's smile was sharp as she regarded her doppelgangers. Nature has tried so hard to perfect us doppelgangers, she said gently, creating echo after echo of this face. But in the end, she moved closer to Valley, her movements like liquid darkness. There can only be one queen. The mark pulsed with approval as Valley gazed at his wife with ancient affection. But enough about what was, Vala said simply, his voice now perfectly ordinary, and somehow that normalcy was more terrifying than any display of power. Let's discuss what comes next. He revealed another crystal case with nothing more than a casual wave, as if showing someone a new piece of furniture. Inside, crimson light pulsed like a waiting heartbeat. The ritual requires sacrifice, he continued conversationally, as if discussing the weather. But sacrifice isn't the end. It's merely transformation. Elena felt Stefan's grip tighten on her arm. You see, Tadia's voice carried the same comfortable certainty. This was never about simply collecting souls or preserving moments. It's about something far grander. Only then did the shadows deepen, showing glimpses of ever-changing spaces beyond. But even that felt like an afterthought, as if Valley was merely adjusting the lighting to better make his point. The ritual, he began, will break the final chains. And then, he smiled all teeth, then we'll show you what true perfection looks like. And what exactly does your version of perfection look like? Bonnie's voice cut through the square, her power gathering around her like a storm. Her grandmother's grimoire pulsed in her hands, ancestral magic rising to her call. Vala turned to her with simple curiosity, as casual as someone noticing an interesting bird. Now that, I still wish to keep in my heart, Vala stated with a gentle smile. But don't be too upset. You'll only have to wait until tonight, Vala continued, his tone shifting to something almost considerate. The ritual requires the full moon, and until then, he smiled, the expression disarmingly normal. You should all go about your day. Elena blinked, confusion replacing fear for a moment. What? Consider it a mercy, Tadia explained, her hand finding Vala's. A chance to experience one last ordinary day before understanding what awaits you. You're just letting us go? Caroline asked from where she stood with Tyler, suspicion clear in her voice. Go. Vala's laugh was gentle. My dear, you were never trapped. This isn't a prison break or a dramatic escape. It's simply, he gestured to the morning sun, a pause before transformation. Until moonrise, Tadia added softly. Until the moment when everything changes. The crystal cases floated serenely behind them, their occupants forever preserved in their perfect moments. Klaus still creating his endless art, Rebecca dancing her eternal dance, Cole surrounded by his beloved magic. Spend these hours wisely, Vala suggested, his voice carrying no threat, just simple advice. Say your goodbyes to imperfection. Make peace with what must change. The shadows began to retreat, the impossible corridors folding away like paper boats on water. Even the Mark's crimson light dimmed to a gentle pulse. Tonight, Vala promised, his smile all teeth despite his casual tone, I'll show you what true perfection means. But until then, he spread his hands in an almost generous gesture. Enjoy your last ordinary day. And somehow, that simple permission was more terrifying than any threat could have been. Where will you be? Catherine asked, still kneeling, her voice carrying something like loss at the thought of her king leaving, even temporarily. Around, Valley replied simply, as if discussing lunch plans. Watching. Waiting. His eyes swept over the town. After all, I have 1,000 years of preparation to appreciate. And what's to stop us from running? Damon's voice cut through the square, sharp with desperate bravado. Vala's smile was almost kind. The same thing that stopped you every other time you've tried to escape fate, Mr. Salvatore. The simple fact that you're exactly where you're meant to be. Come, my love, Tadia said softly, linking her arm through Vala's. Let them have their moment of normalcy. Let them pretend, just for a few more hours, that they have choices left to make. As they turned to leave, Valley paused, his voice carrying easily across the square. Oh, and Elena, do try to enjoy your last day with Stefan. After all, his smile showed too many teeth. Perfect preservation is so much sweeter when the moment being preserved is truly beautiful. The shadows folded around them like curtains closing, and they were gone, though everyone knew they weren't really gone at all. Just waiting, watching. The town square fell silent save for the sound of Catherine's quiet laughter, the sound of someone who finally understood the joke that existence had become. The group moved through Mystic Falls suddenly to normal streets, the morning sun feeling like a countdown rather than comfort. The boarding house loomed ahead, its familiar facade now somehow threatening, as if it too was just waiting for nightfall. They gathered in the living room, the silence heavy with unspoken fears. Elena sat close to Stefan, their hands intertwined, while Alexander stared at his reflection in every window, as if expecting to see those bottomless black eyes again. We need a plan, Bonnie started, her grimoire open but useless in her lap. There has to be some way to dash The movement was too fast to track. Suddenly Damon was there, his wrist torn open and pressed against Elena's mouth, his other hand holding her head in place. Damon. Stefan lunged forward, but his brother's voice stopped him. Think about it, brother. Damon's words rushed out, desperate but determined. If she has vampire blood in her system, when he kills her for the ritual, she'll come back. We can save at least one of them. No. Catherine's voice cut through the chaos, her tone carrying centuries of understanding. You still don't get it, do you? He's already thought of that. He's thought of everything. Elena struggled against Damon's grip, but it was too late. She could taste his blood on her tongue, feel it working its way into her system. You think you're being clever. Catherine continued, almost gentle in her madness. You think he hasn't planned for every desperate move, every last-minute attempt at salvation. Catherine laughed softly, the sound brittle with understanding. Watch, she said, gesturing to Elena. Just watch what happens. As if on cue, Elena's body seized. She doubled over, retching, and to everyone's horror, the vampire blood came back up. Not just what Damon had just forced into her, but somehow purified, separated from her system completely. The blood pooled on the floor, then simply evaporated, ceasing to be. He's called the king of all vampires for a reason. You think your blood is not subject to his command? That the vampiric essence does not recognize who its monarch refuses to turn into a part of his legion? Catherine questioned, her hand touching her own scar. You need to accept it. The doppelgangers, their blood, their very essence, it's already his. No vampire blood will take, no magic will interfere. There, she smiled that terrible smile again, perfectly prepared for tonight. Damon stared at his now useless wrist, understanding finally dawning in his eyes. There's really no way out of this, is there? Out. Catherine's laugh held an edge of hysteria. Sweet, beautiful Damon. We were never meant to get out. We're exactly where he's always meant us to be. The front door opened with deliberate force, revealing Elijah and Michael. They entered like warriors preparing for their final battle, back straight, eyes hard with purpose. So, Elijah said, taking in the scene, the evaporated blood, Elena still trembling, Catherine's knowing smile. You've discovered how thoroughly he's prepared. You knew, Damon demanded, his useless wrist already healed. You knew we couldn't even save one of them? We've tried everything over the centuries. Michael's voice was heavy with old failure. Every spell, every ritual, every desperate attempt to counter what he's become. But the mark, he shook his head. It adapts, evolves, learns. Then why are you here? Stefan asked, his arm protectively around Elena. If nothing can stop him, because we have one last option, Elijah interrupted, his perfect composure cracking slightly. One final possibility that even he might not have considered. Catherine's laugh cut through the room. Still playing your parts, she said, almost fondly. Still thinking you have agency in his grand design. Elijah, ignoring her, reached into his jacket, producing a vial filled with liquid that seemed to shift between colors, sometimes golden like sunlight through leaves, sometimes clear as time itself, sometimes burning with phoenix fire. The sap of Yggdrasil, he explained, his voice tight with carefully controlled hope, mixed with waters from Gadriel's domain and the blood of a phoenix. It took centuries to gather these components. A potion of pure rebirth, Michael added, his eyes fixed on the shifting liquid. Something even the mark cannot fully counter. Catherine sat up straighter, her reverent madness giving way to genuine curiosity. You think you can interfere with his claim on their souls? Even temporarily? Not interfere, Elijah corrected. Transform. When you die in the ritual, your souls won't be his to preserve. They'll already be bound to the cycle of rebirth itself. The phoenix blood ensures resurrection. The world tree's sap grants protection from preservation in Gadriel's waters. He paused, choosing his words carefully. They'll keep your souls beyond his reach until you return. And you really think he hasn't planned for this? Catherine asked, though something like hope crept into her voice. He is not omniscient, Katerina, Elijah stated, though something in his voice wavered. Powerful beyond measure, yes. Calculating beyond comprehension. Certainly, that isn't a yes, Elijah. Catherine's smile was sharp with understanding. You're not certain at all, are you? You're just hoping that after a millennium of playing his game, you finally found a move he hasn't anticipated. It's more than hope, Michael interjected, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of failure. It's desperation. But sometimes, he looked at the shifting colors in the vial. Sometimes desperation is all we have left. The elements in this potion, Elijah continued, they're rare, powerful. If there's even a chance, Catherine laughed softly. That's what you're betting everything on? A chance. She stood, moving closer to examine the vial. Though I suppose he does so love to play with chance, to let us think we have options, choices, even if it doesn't work. Elena spoke up, her voice steadier than she felt. It's better than doing nothing, better than just accepting what he has planned. Catherine's laugh was gentle, almost pitying. Oh, sweet Elena, still thinking in terms of resistance and acceptance, as if those aren't just two more paths he's laid out for us. Enough, Katerina. Elijah's voice carried a sharp edge. Your reverence for him is noted, but we need to act quickly. The potion needs time to work through your systems before moonrise. He uncorked the vial, the liquid inside shifting between its impossible colors. Golden sap, time-touched water, phoenix fire. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. The doppelgangers first, Michael instructed. Elena, Catherine, Alexander. He glanced around. Where is Tom Avery? Safe, Elijah replied. Hidden where even Valis shadows can't reach. For now, Catherine stepped forward first, surprising everyone. At their questioning looks, she smiled, that terrible, knowing smile. What? You think I don't want to see how this plays out? To see if you've actually managed to surprise him? She took the vial, studying the shifting colors. Besides, after 500 years of running, what's one more desperate attempt? She drank, then passed the vial to Elena. One by one, the doppelgangers consumed their share of the potion. The liquid seemed to burn, then freeze, tasting of life and death. As Alexander took the last sip, something strange happened. The shadows in the room didn't retreat or attack. They simply paused, as if even they weren't quite sure what to make of this development. How will we know if it worked? Elena asked, her hand unconsciously going to her throat where the potion had burned. We won't, Elijah admitted. Not until the ritual. Not until we die, Catherine finished, her voice oddly calm. Until we see if our souls slip through his fingers or become part of his perfect collection. A clock somewhere in the boarding house struck noon. The sound echoed unnaturally, reminding them all that time was counting down to moonrise. So what now? Stefan asked, his hand finding Elena's. We just wait. We prepare. Michael's voice was hard with purpose. Whatever happens tonight, whether this works or not, we face it standing, not kneeling. Speak for yourself. Catherine smiled, touching her scar again. Some of us have already chosen our positions. The shadows shifted slightly, almost like silent laughter, and everyone was reminded that even this conversation, this desperate attempt at resistance, was happening because their king had allowed it. He's watching right now, isn't he? Alexander asked suddenly, his eyes fixed on his reflection. Through every mirror, every shadow. Always, Catherine replied softly. The question is he watching with amusement or interest? The room fell silent as they all considered that question, the potion burning through their veins like a promise, or perhaps a prayer.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.